At this time, we are going to recess again and go into the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting. And following the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting, we will begin the Omni CRA meeting. Both of these meetings need to occur before we are able to take up items on our agenda. So we're going to do that first. Thank you for your indulgence. The City of Miami Commission meeting for July 24, 2025 is now in recess, and we will start our Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting in 60 seconds. They have to flip the tape. Thank you. Let me know when you're ready. You ready? Okay. Welcome back, everybody, to the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting. I am joined with my colleagues, Commissioner Ralph Rosado, myself, Chairwoman Christine King, Commissioner Miguel Gabella, and Commissioner Pardo, our Executive Director, James D. McQueen, and our Deputy Executive Director, Vincent T. Brown, and our Attorney, Ms. Gibbs. How are you today? I'm going to turn the mic over to our Executive Director, Mr. McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have before the board 4 items. I'm going to ask Mr. Brown to read those into the record.
The first item, Madam Chair, for consideration of the resolution with attachments authorizing accessing of the City of Miami contract provisions of security guard services for the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA pursuant to Section 18-111 of the Code of the City of Miami. Item 2, with an amendment, a resolution establishing a public arts activation and beautification grant and approving funding of the program in the amount not to exceed $200,000. Exhibit A is the actual application to the grant. Item number 3 is a resolution authorizing the Executive Director to meet funding commitment to the City of Miami for the development and coordination of the I-395 Underdeck Greenway Project, also known as the Reverend Edward T. Graham Heritage Trail Project, in an amount not to exceed $350,000. I'm sorry, $3.5 million. I missed them zeros. Item number 4 was previously deferred, is a resolution with attachment authorizing the Executive Director to amend the PSA with Hood Design and the allocation of additional funds in an amount not to exceed $2.6 million, increasing the existing capacity of the contract for additional landscape architectural services for the 9th Street Pedestrian Mall, authorizing RFP 23-01, Resolution CRA 23-0063, and more particularly described as Exhibit B, for a total amount not to exceed $2.9 million. This item will also be amended to update the proposal that was attached to the resolution. Those are your 4 items for consideration, Madam Chair.
Thank you. At this time, we'll open the floor for public comment. If there's anyone that would wish to speak on the items that are before us today, please step forward. Seeing none, public comment period is now closed. Gentlemen, are there any items on this agenda that you would like to pull for discussion?
No.
No.
May I have a motion to pass the items?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
With item number 2 and item number 4 as amended.
With item number 2 and number 4 as amended, motion carries unanimously. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
This shall conclude the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting for July 24, 2025. Thank you.
Just need a moment to flip the tape.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling to order the July 24th, 2025 Omni CRA meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for the June 17, 2025 special Omni CRA meeting and June 26, 2025 special Omni CRA meeting?
Motion.
So moved. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Madam Executive Director, please briefly read agenda items CRA resolutions 1 through 7 into the record.
Good afternoon, Board. Item number 1 is a resolution authorizing the Executive Director to negotiate and execute a grant of easement to Florida Power and Light Company for a perpetual, non-exclusive, above-ground and underground easement of CRA property located at 1367 North Miami Avenue, commonly referred to as the Citizens Bank Building. Item number 2 is a resolution authorizing the issuance of a grant in an amount not to exceed $3.5 million to the City of Miami for costs associated with the development and coordination of the open space running through the I-395 underdeck project within the boundaries of the CRA. This item will be amended to specify that any unused funds will be returned to the CRA. Item number 3 is a resolution authorizing the issuance of a grant in an amount not to exceed $217,500 to the City of Miami for costs associated with the improvements and mural restoration project at Dorsey Park. Item number 4 is a resolution by 4/5 vote allocating an additional $150,000 to Florida Film House, LLC for the First Take Youth Job Skills and Employment Training Program. Item number 5 is a resolution establishing a property improvement grant program to assist properties within the CRA boundaries with requirements associated with the 40-50-year recertification process, professional consulting services, and permitting fees. Item number 6 is a resolution by 4/5 vote authorizing an amount not to exceed $59,000 per year for a 3-year period to ANCLA cleaning services for janitorial services at multiple CRA-owned properties. And item number 7 is a resolution approving and adopting the CRA's proposed fiscal year 25-26 general operation budget and tax increment fund budget commencing October 1, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026.
The public comment period is now open for all items on today's agenda. Okay, seeing no public comment, is there any discussion among the board members on any of the resolution items? Okay, is there a motion for resolution 1 through 7?
Second. Moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
With item number 2 as amended.
Item number 2 is amended. And thank you, everyone, for being here today. The meeting is now adjourned.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the City of Miami Commission for July 24, 2025. The afternoon session is now begun. Gentlemen, we have the consent agenda to consider. Are there any items on the consent agenda that you would like to pull for discussion?
CA1. CA1.
Okay. Commissioner Cabello?
CA9.
Okay. Vice Chair?
One more minute, I'll glance at it and see.
Okay, I'll check with your colleague. Commissioner Rosado, do you have any items?
I was going to pull 2 items, but they've already been pulled.
Okay.
Chair, if I may, CA8 needs to be amended, as well as CA10 to be amended.
Which ones do you say had to be amended, Mr. Clerk?
CA8, that's the,
Right.
okay, that's the WASD agreement with New Park.
Right.
And then CA10 is an employment agreement with the Wynwood Business Improvement District or Executive Director.
Okay.
And CA10, the resolution just needs to be amended to reflect that it's not subject to veto by the mayor.
Yeah, I got one more to pull. I'm sorry, I missed CA7.
I believe I'm fine with everything, Chairwoman.
So if I may have a motion to...
Some motion.
Wait, let me call them out. A motion to approve CA 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 as amended, 10 as amended, and 11.
Motion.
I have a motion.
Move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Let's-
CA1, Commissioner?
Yes, CA1.
So
Commissioner.
at CA1, I want to give a little bit of background to start. These suggested revisions have been around for kind of years, compiling with staff. And I believe, Commissioner Gabella, you brought forward a lot of those revisions initially. And several people reacted to them in many different ways. But a lot of them were very concerned that we were moving against the tree canopy and passing basically legislation that was going to hurt our tree canopy and our trees and the ordinance. So we did a public meeting, we did a special meeting, we did a public meeting, we did Zooms, we did forums, and we noticed that really there was we weren't really able, even though we had a collection of a lot of revisions coming from the public and from planning, and the staff in building planning and natural resources was pretty much unanimous in needing these kinds of changes. So I believe the director of building can actually comment a little bit about this. We ended up going to FSU for a consensus process. Why? Because there seemed to be so many biases involved coming from so many places that we wanted to go to some place that had expertise and almost like a best practice reputation for being able to run a consensus process. The lack of trust with our city was obvious in a lot of these interactions. So what we're trying to do is place it in an independent place that people will trust, will follow a good process so that we can, really what we're trying to do here in the end is grow the canopy, preserve our trees, and preserve private property rights. So that's been like a major impetus behind all of this, and I wanted you to comment a little bit about it.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Julia Serrato with the Building Department. This particular engagement is for public outreach to address the concerns that have been brought up regarding the tree ordinance. So in addition to reviewing potential amendments, the Conflict Resolution Center at FSU would also be able to gauge stakeholder feedback. This particular engagement requires that they speak to stakeholders ahead of time to understand what the issues are throughout the community. We would host 5 meetings, 1 in each district, in 2 phases. And then the next portion of that would be a report, basically indicating what the findings were. Now, some of the history behind the Consensus Center, they were established by the state legislature back in 1996 for the purpose of resolving community disputes in an effort to resolve the disputes in an amicable manner, improve intergovernmental communications and consensus building, and hopefully reduce the public and private costs of litigation with these particular controversial matters. Some of the projects that they've worked on recently. One of them has to do with the ecosystem and a health study for Lake Okeechobee. The other one had to do with a Wildlife Conservation Commission regarding potential bear hunts in Florida. So all of these are projects that they're working on currently. In past projects, they have worked on building consensus around changes to the Florida Building Code, as well as environmental matters.
So I'd like to add to that because I've spoken to the manager about this process, and from what I understand, FSU's engagement is to facilitate consensus building. I spoke to the manager about bringing on FIU, and they agreed with me because my neighbors talk to me all the time, and I'm maybe a tree person with my neighbors. So we are going to bring FIU into this process. In addition to, I would like to establish a committee of residents. Perhaps each one of us can appoint maybe one or two persons to be a part of this committee that will help craft the new tree ordinance, because the fear is that we, the city of Miami, without community input, will not do the best job possible. So having a committee of residents appointed by each one of us will also give the community another layer of comfort that we are going to do our best in crafting a tree ordinance that makes sense for the city of Miami. So I wanted to put that on the record because that's what I've been working on. We will engage FIU. We will have a committee of residents appointed by each one of us, whether that be one or two. I think it should be two because our districts are fairly big. With FSU being the consensus builder, a neutral, non-party, they just want to make sure that we can get along, a thing that we have a problem doing.
And I believe it was also University of Miami. What was the other? Because we talked about bringing in all of
Yes,
those.
we reached out to both, so we're waiting to hear back. We're hoping to include them as subject matter experts in the stakeholder committee.
Excellent.
Who are you looking forward, if I may, Chair, to include in the committee?
It would be whoever you want to appoint for the committee.
Well, we reached out to FIU and UM to see if they have any interest in participating as stakeholders, as subject matter experts, as part of this process.
Okay, they didn't have the expertise that you went to FSU for?
So in this particular instance, the Consensus Center is specific for that. We have looked, we did some research on that. We didn't find that there were any independent organizations, and this one specifically was designated by the state to do this type of work for public entities. They just happen to be located in FSU.
That's fine. Well, my first area of questioning has been satisfied by all of your statements. I'd like the chair's amendment that I think she would want to include as an amendment. My other question has to do with the financing. Where in the building department that you obviously have a lot of dollars with so many outside contractors that are not our employees that are hired there and much more. Where's that money coming from? Is it coming from general fund money, or is it coming from the dollars that people put in for some of the other stuff that doesn't go to the general fund and stays within your department?
It could this be paid from the building fund?
I think it is my understanding that it is coming from the building department funds, Commissioner. And, I wanted to take just a couple of seconds to not.
Well, I just want to, have a clear response. If where in the building department are these funds coming from? Are they coming from those funds that developers pay for different aspects in the building department that can be used in the general fund?
That is correct.
Okay, that's fine. I'm ready to vote for it, Commissioner Pardo.
Commissioner Rosado?
I have some hesitation. What is the role of FIU and UM sort of vis-a-vis FSU? How does that affect the amount of the contract? And could we not split this contract? It's two phases. Could we not split it into phase 1 and phase 2 and see how phase 1 performs? I just have sticker shock with this amount. And the fact that we're going to an outside body, when I say outside, you know, an entity that's across the entire state of Florida, given that we have talented local institutions, it gives me pause.
So I think we wanted to be very open from day one. In fact, we have the authority up to 125K, and we could have done this administratively. But I think this is such a sensitive item that we wanted to be open from day one. And what was built into that contract for $180,000 is flexibility. Right? If we want to go ahead and exercise a second phase, we have the ability to do so. We may very well not need it. We may find the required and needed consensus within the phase 1, at which point we will be well within, I believe, first phase, which is approximately $79,000 to $80,000. So there's a possibility that contract may not be exercised at its fullest in all of the phases that are actually built into it, but gives the administration and this process the ability to utilize those tools if indeed they're needed as we, undergo this project.
Go ahead. I thought I saw somebody else about to say something. My hesitation remains. I would like to make a motion to approve phase 1 of the contract, which, if my math is correct, is $83,464, right, which already sounds like a considerable amount of money. And using FSU, UM, and FIU, and we'll let you sort that out, with the amendment that the chairwoman made about each of us having representatives so that you do get public input from each district. That is the motion that I would be comfortable with at this time.
Can I say something, Chair?
Yes.
Look, I would love for FIU, where I graduated from, and I have 2 degrees from, and I have another major award that I was given, to have been the one to handle it. I would love UM also to handle it. But from what you told me, it's clear the area that they have expertise in, and the state has looked at FSU as one that has that expertise. So what I would prefer are locals, obviously. I think that this is not that big of a thing to be able to go to FSU and to finish a process that no one can doubt, that it was not transparent, that it was not open, that they could not participate. So therefore, I like the idea, and the addition that the chairwoman is adding to it makes it even better. And I brought up the fact of my 2 degrees there so that it's in the open. I am a graduate of FIU, in case anybody wants to say, well, are you trying to get them in there for that? However, I don't have a spouse that works at FIU. I don't have a family member that's been given a scholarship there. So therefore, I would caution people so that nobody goes out there and says that there could be a potential conflict of interest in steering anything towards FIU or, for that matter, UM.
Again, I would like to respond to Commissioner Rosado's issues with respect to FSU. They are the only qualified entity throughout the state of Florida for consensus building. Am I correct?
Yes.
So, and that is what FSU's role would be consensus building, and it would be short-sighted of us, I believe, to think that we do not need a consensus builder, because this is a very sensitive issue. The addition of FIU is that they are subject matter experts in this field. The addition of the committee is because I am trying to do whatever I can to dispel any hesitancy with the community with respect to us trying to force a thing on them, not having enough community engagement. This way, our representatives will hold the city to its word, because they will be advocating on behalf of us. And I think that is the fairest way to approach this issue. Now, with respect to Commissioner, our Vice Chair's comments, I'm not sure if that was directed at me, as I am.
No,
because I am a professor at FIU, but I teach Miami politics. I don't.
I thought you weren't there anymore.
No, I am. I'm still a professor at FIU, so I want to say that, but I don't know the tree department. I don't know what division that comes out of. It is a recommendation that I received from my neighbors, who told me that FIU isn't a subject matter expert on this topic, and is why I recommended them. So I just wanted to put that, because we love the trees, again. So if any, Commissioner Gabella?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, this thing started last year with me, I think, right? And I think this would be a good thing. And I understand your concerns, Commissioner Rosado, but I think this is a good thing, because it'd be a third party doing this rather than us, which is the problem that we had last time, because it was us, and we were accused of all kinds of stuff. And really, that's what we were trying to achieve, is what Commissioner Pardo was saying. And so I think it has to be done. The reason being is so we have some credibility that there was a third party involved, and this isn't something that was done willy-nilly, and we didn't take an intake. So I think it's a good measure. It's money that I'm also concerned about, but I think at the end we're kind of forced to go that route. So I'm ready for.
But Chair, it was made into the record that the money is coming from a funding that we can use in the general fund anyway, and we got plenty of that money there.
Okay, Commissioner Pardo?
Yep. I just want to say clearly, since we started on this, there's a lot of passion behind it. This is a critical, important issue for our city across all the districts. I think staff has been very diligent and deliberate and thoughtful as far as the phases. As they said, they have 125,000 administrative capacity to do this. So I would like to approve it as is and allow for the flexibility in the phases. I think it is important enough for our city.
Second.
Wait, hold on.
sorry.
Hold on. We have a motion from Commissioner Rosado. I don't have a second. Will anybody give his motion? And I see George's hand as well. George?
I just wanted to make a quick recommendation. Since this resolution is geared towards retaining the services of the FSU school, that instead of amending this to include FIU, direct the administration to come back with an agreement with FIU, because we don't know if they're going to accept it or they have the capacity to do it. So it would be cleaner if you would recommend, or I'm sorry, direct that the committee be created and direct that the administration come back with a contract with FIU or...
And University of Miami?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you.
Okay, so wait. First, we have to figure out what we're going to do with Commissioner Rosado's motion. I don't have a second for that. Is there a second? Seeing no second, that motion fails. Now, may I have a motion to pass?
There's a motion with your amendment as the motion was presented.
Right, so I will take out the FIU-UM portion and leave in the committee portion, which really is already in that agreement. I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure that that has been said, because I believe the community would be very glad. And I don't know if if it's expressly stated that we would appoint, but I know there was going to be a committee, but now it expressly states that we would appoint. So if I may have a motion for CA1 as amended.
Okay, hang on, let's, just one question. So, because Rosado's, Commissioner Rosado's thing was for less money, so we're
But that
amending,
failed.
but with the same amount of money?
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes.
Okay.
We're
for
going
what's
back to the
presented.
same
We're going
original
back to the
motion,
same, okay.
Yes.
all right.
with the exception of with the chair
Right.
asked to include us in that.
Yes, for the committee appointed by us, 2 members each. Okay?
The only thing I may ask, since you're asking for 2 members to be included by each of us, which I think is appropriate, if there has to be any voting that's going to count, that each member of the committee, their vote will count as half, because if people are not there or miss meetings or whatever, I think it might work out better if you have, half votes for each.
My intent for the committee also would be to advise, an advisory, that we would take their recommendations.
Yep.
So, okay. So do I have a motion?
Motion.
That's a
Chair, my
That's a
apologies.
motion.
So Commissioner Carrillo's amendment is accepted regarding the vote count. Is that a part of?
Well, this is then amended to her amendment.
No, I think that's a
Just want to make
direction.
sure Mr.
Well,
City
it's a
Attorney
direct-
is
it
clear.
it would be a direction.
Yeah,
It would be a
okay.
direction.
That's fine.
So then that's not amending the legislation.
No.
So then, but there is a different amendment for CA1.
This amendment is that we're passing CA1 as is
Okay.
with the creation of a committee that each commissioner appoints 2 persons to the committee to work with this process,
Understood. CA1 as is.
as is.
Okay.
I have a motion.
Motion.
Yes,
I have a second.
That's a motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
CA7 was pulled by Commissioner Gabella.
CA
CA9.
7 or no, 8? Yes, 7, yes, correct.
No, he-
7.
he-
7?
7 and 9, both.
7 and
Oh,
9 are
okay.
pulled, but he
I was
pulled
briefed,
7.
so I was briefed, sorry, with your permission, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was briefed, but can you explain it to me one more time, what we're doing here again?
Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. CA7 is a resolution authorizing the manager to execute an interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County for traffic calming and a traffic study that was done in the Silver Bluff neighborhood. There was a lawsuit that was filed by the county against the city for closures that were enacted in that. And as part of our agreement with them, we did a traffic study. Recommendations came back from them. That's been incorporated into the agreement. We have a timeline by which we will reevaluate the neighborhood after those improvements are completed. And that basically puts everything in black and white between us
All
and the
right,
county.
that's all, thank you. You've cleared it up for me.
This also includes studies for District 5, correct?
This is only for the Silver Bluff item. We have another item for what is happening in District 5.
Okay, okay. Any more questions on this item? May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right,
Motion carries. CA9, who pulled this one?
well, I think many of us have questions, but I think I'm the one that pulled it. Does
Okay.
anybody have any questions on this?
I
Imagine
You pulled it.
Okay. All right, so, look, it's clear here that we're gonna pay, right? I mean,
Yes.
that's not the question. The question is, how much are we gonna pay, and what is fair, and what is inflated? And I think we shouldn't make, we're not gonna be able to make a judgment on this today. What I think should happen, my personal sense is that we should appoint an attorney or somebody to kind of examine what has been given to us on the bill and make sure, what is in there is correct and what is not correct taken out. And then after we get that report, then we decide on a number. My personal opinion. You gentlemen, ladies, I don't know. You guys-
I agree with that.
So do I.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? Because the city clerk was...
No, that basically we should, this isn't going to be settled today because they have turned in numbers. It's not a question of whether we're going to pay or not going to pay. We are going to pay, okay? But it's a question of the dollar amount that we're going to pay. And so I think an attorney is somebody we should appoint to go over the records, what has been submitted to us as billable hours and such, and then after we get a report from him or them, whoever they may be, then we can make a determination on what's a fair amount and just for us and for them. That's my opinion.
I see my colleagues shaking their head. George, okay, one thing I don't want to see is this thing drag out.
Sure.
Two, I'm satisfied that the bill is fair, but I don't take issue with having another set of eyes on it, because this was a horrendous miscarriage of justice, horrendous. He was not even charged with anything. That it just goes to show what can happen when people overreach. You know, it's one thing if he had gone to trial and he won, but he was not even charged. So I don't want this to linger. I don't want this to linger. So, George, can you give me...
Yeah, but Madam Chair, we can also just not pay the amount that they come at us at 1.2 and say, oh, yeah, we're going to give you the 1.2.
I agree with you.
And listen, I don't want to make a political, whether he was charged. Look, understand that I didn't even talk about that. I'm just talking about the dollar amount that I think we should, examine it, and listen, as for me, I'm not trying to stall, but I just think today we cannot make a judgment on this because of the...
No, I did not accuse you of that.
For me, it's not a question whether, he was right, wrong, who was, I'm not even touching that. And I said he's entitled.
Yes,
So,
but the only thing I'm saying is I don't want staff to drag their feet on this.
the problem, and
I want them to look at the bill.
No, I understand, and you're correct also. But from my standpoint, I'm tired of, since I've gotten here, of paying attorney's fees left and right, left and right, left and right. And I'm not going to say, I'm just going to leave it at that. Okay, so we don't get into another issue. I'm sure there'll be plenty of more time to get into that. And every time you see this kind of stuff, it's like the city of Miami, like you say on the other side, is a little piñata that everybody wants to. I wonder who's making a referral fee for here. I mean, we want to talk, let's talk, you know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. This should be examined because at the end of the day, it's the taxpayer that's footing the bill. This isn't coming personally out of our pockets or their pockets. It's a taxpayer at the end of the day, and that's all I'm saying, and I'll leave it there. But I understand your concern.
George?
Okay, so first I just want to confirm that case law provides if a public officer is charged with misconduct while performing his official duties and while serving a public purpose, the public has a primary interest in such controversy and should pay the reasonable and necessary legal fees incurred by the public officer in successfully defending against unfounded allegations of official misconduct. This common law doctrine applies to criminal proceedings. So this case is eligible for reimbursement. And I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Gabella, and what we will do is I'll take it as a direction to hire independent counsel to review the bills, come back with like they do in a fee hearing, an attorney fee hearing, come back to you in the first meeting of September with a recommendation of how much to pay based on a thorough review of the bills, if that's what you're seeking.
That's fine with me.
That's what,
So a motion to
direct us to
direct you. We gave you a direction, and we'll visit this item in September.
and bring it back in
First meeting of September, good for you?
Second.
All,
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
So that was for the direction.
right. So then
CA9 is a completely separate item. So CA9 is going to be deferred?
to the first meeting of September.
Okay, so then we'll need a separate motion. Bear with me for just
for
a
the
moment.
directive,
To defer.
to defer. Okay.
You have a motion?
Second?
Second?
No, I need a motion. So
So I have a
Commissioner
motion
Gabella
and a
made the
second.
motion, seconded by Commissioner
Second.
Pardo,
I thought you had a motion, I'm sorry.
to defer to the September 11th meeting.
Okay.
And then the vote was unanimous. My apologies, Chair. The vote was
Correct.
unanimous.
For the record, District 3 was not on the dais.
That brings us, gentlemen, to our public hearing items. Are there any items in the public hearing comment, the PH items, that you would like to pull for discussion?
PH 16.
PH 16.
PH 19.
PH 19. Commissioner Cabela?
No, I think I'm good with.
Good. Okay. May I have a motion to pass PH 1, 2, 3 as amended, 4, 5, 6 as amended, 7 as amended, 8 as amended, 9, 10, 11, 12 as amended, 13 as amended, 14, 15, 17, 19,
No,
No,
18
not
instead of
19,
19.
18. No?
I'm sorry, not 19, 20, 21, and 22.
Hang on, wait a minute. You pulled 19,
You
right?
pulled 19. So
Yeah, I
didn't
pulled
say
19.
Was that, Commissioner?
Yes, I didn't
Yeah.
say 19. 16 and 19 are excluded.
Right.
Chairwoman, I think you needed
Which are-
18 also.
Which are the ones that were
Pulled?
pulled?
16, PH 16, and PH 19.
In PH 19.
16.
Okay, hold on for a minute, let me,
16 and 19, you said?
16 and 19.
That's it?
That's it. That were pulled.
Madam Chair, I think you skipped PH 18.
Pardon?
PH 18, I think you skipped.
No, it wasn't pulled.
All right.
19.
I think 18 needed to be mentioned as being one of the ones that gets approved if there's a block vote.
This is
Okay,
a
these
block.
are both in District 2, PH 16 and 19.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're popular today.
District 2.
I don't want to throw any more at you, Commissioner, but let's see if I can ask for PH 22 to be taken out. I just want to add a couple of provisions there, if I may.
So with that, again, I'm going to read it through. If I might have a motion for PH 1, PH 2, PH 3 as amended, PH 4, PH 5, PH 6 as amended, PH 7 as amended, PH 8 as amended, PH 9, 10, 11, 12 as amended, 13 as amended, PH 14, 15, 17, 18, 20, and 21.
Move.
I have a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
I think at the end there, Chairwoman, I think you meant to mention 22 instead of 21.
22.
22 has been pulled.
Yeah, it's been pulled. She included 21 as one that we voted on.
Okay,
Yes.
so we pulled 16, 19, and 22, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
And we passed all of the rest unanimously. PH 16 was pulled for discussion?
Yes. I really wanted to clarify because this has been a lot of misinformation, particularly from a couple of people, which couldn't be more wrong. So I wanted to give the background. When this transaction first came to us, we insisted that the development team, and I would say this is probably one of the best development teams I've ever experienced in terms of doing what they set out to do, go to the community, meet with all the community groups, make sure you explain if you get any pushback or we have to change anything, you might as well learn it there before coming to us. They did outstanding work on outreach. They came back to us, and it has been said that this is public land that the city is giving away. It's a public park, and they're giving it to developers. I want to make it very clear why I think this is a fantastic transaction. First of all, there was an existing lease that started in 1997, which if you go to Jungle Island, that's what you're going to see there right now, that lease. That lease potentially could be there the way you see it right now in Jungle Island for another 80 years, just the way it is right now. This transaction, which includes the original leaseholder that was holding that lease, basically gives the city a 13.3 acre park, public park, passive public park, that we don't have for immediate use. It takes what is a currently private beach and makes it a public beach. It takes 5.4 acres and gives it to a developer for the development of 2 condo towers, which are luxury condos, which will increase the tax base of the city of Miami. What was supposed to go there was a hotel, which had a lot more traffic, much less desirable on that property. There is $15 million coming out of this transaction for affordable housing. There is supposed to be a terminal with a ferry that connects the PAM and the Frost with this passive park to provide all kinds of educational programming and school programming. There's $700,000 committed to a marine facility. There is $5 million committed to the building of a new fire station. There's $700,000 committed to the Japanese garden and $500,000 for a master plan of what's there on Watson Island. The idea of being able to enjoy a 13.3 acre park with a public beach, with programming that connects the urban core to Watson Island, with luxury condos that increases our tax base, gives $15 million for affordable housing, deals with a lot of our issues as far as marine patrol and setting up a marina, which I think that was another $500,000 or so, and a fire station. We have tremendous public benefits in this deal, and we should be grateful that we're not just sitting here with that island the way it currently is for another 80 years. So it's really important that this information, and that's why I wanted to go through it, is on the record. Because when someone goes out there and says, oh, they gave it away, it's public property, it's completely wrong and very disingenuous and very misleading. So thank you for giving me the opportunity just to clarify that.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. PH 19 was pulled for discussion.
Can I ask some questions? I didn't pull it. I don't know who did.
And Chair, again, PH 16 was as amended.
As amended.
Pursuant to substitution memo dated July 17, 2025.
I'm happy to open on it if you want me to.
Who's the one that pulled this?
I pulled it. Is there a presentation from the administration or the proposers?
They are certainly prepared to make a presentation if you need it.
I would like to ask some questions before any presentation.
Before presentation?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
I leave it open if I need to ask more afterward.
Okay.
But, Mr. Manager, what is the square feet of the size of the size of the parcel of land that we have this property on?
I'll get that for you. I don't know what the footprint of the property itself is. I'll get it for you.
Can we get it?
Yep.
Right away. Mm-hmm. Have we done any appraisal on the property in the last few months?
We haven't.
Okay, so we don't even know what the property would be worth. And that's why I was asking you the square foot of the land, because property in downtown is very expensive.
We can certainly get you the square footage. Just keep in mind that this is a historically designated theater and building, so the land values
I understand that,
work by that. So
if nobody would put a penny into it and it would just fall apart, then it wouldn't be historical anymore.
Well,
the land would be worth a lot. True. Do we know the potential financial worth of air rights, and if they could be transferred, and what would that be worth?
yeah, the TDRs and TDDs, the range for those, given the most recent market, would probably be anywhere from $12 to $15 million, roughly.
Okay, 12 to 15 million.
Yeah, it's driven by the market.
I understand that, but do we have anything in writing that has given you that amount?
No, it's just based on comps that have occurred in recent history, because there isn't a set number. It's based on comparables. So
Yeah, I understand that could vary from time to time, but
I can certainly send you the email that I got from
the latest one that we have, as to the best
planning
comps that we have, is what I'd like to see, because look, I stated already at the last meeting that the people that have made this proposal to us, every business they've gotten into, they've made it work. So I'm not concerned with them being able to make something work, nor their ability to accomplish what they have stated in the record that they would do with the property. That's not the issue. I have a responsibility to ask the questions that you're asking, that I'm asking, because I really need to take this into the full calculation of what we're being offered. This is a business transaction, and it should be dealt with like a business transaction. The other areas that this is more to George, and he might not want to get into it, but I hate having to be told that you have to work on something because someone is putting a gun to your head. And I want to know the reality of, maybe you can't do it up here, you don't want to for legal reasons, and I understand that, but personally I need to know what I've heard up here and in other places on the lawsuit that we're facing. Is that something we could speak on up here, George, or is that something that is going to have to be done one-on-one?
Yeah, as you know, we're in active litigation, and we actually had a shade meeting a couple months ago on this topic, so I would discourage us from, and you heard from their counsel earlier
so
who said,
that will be privately.
Yeah, so we'll meet with you.
The other question that I have is from the manager, once Larry's done. Mr. Manager, what year was it that the Off-Street Parking Authority, and I believe you were the executive director there, that gave the theater to the city? I don't remember how far back it was.
So the city always owned the theater. The city took ownership of the theater in the late 70s. Maurice Gussman transferred it to them. The Department of Off-Street Parking at the time had management oversight of it. That was part of the negotiated deal between Maurice Gussman and Mitchell Wolfson.
Okay, so you put in the record something that I think needed to be said.
Mm-hmm.
The city had ownership of it from the beginning.
Correct.
However, the management was given in the original papers to off-street parking.
Correct.
So let me rephrase my question. When did off-street parking give the management of the theater to the city? What year was that?
Actually, it was transferred to a nonprofit that at the time was chaired by Herman Echeverria, and I think that was 2011. Isn't that what's in the, if I'm correct, if I'm right, I think it was 2011.
Approximately 2011 to that
Correct.
nonprofit. None of us were here then, so that's why we need to get this information. And then, when did that nonprofit give it back to the city of Miami to manage?
I'd have to check that. Andrew, do you know when we took back control of that? I'll have to look into that.
Well, these are important areas to know, because
Yeah, I just don't remember off the top of my head.
I also want to find out if this nonprofit ever put any money in maintaining or refurbishing the theater or any parts of it.
Yeah, I'm unaware that they did anything to the building.
Then how much and when did the city spend monies in refurbishing the theater? Because there was work done. And I don't know how much money was spent, but there was money spent. So based upon what I'm hearing from you, it appears that it was the city of Miami that did that. Because, or did you do anything up to 2011 from the off-street parking?
Yeah, there were small projects done, but mostly through state grants and some county grants as well. Minor repairs. I think we had done a bunch of interior work, but nothing substantial.
Well, can you get the history of it from the off-street parking?
Sure.
How much money, whether through grants or what have you,
Mm-hmm.
on a yearly basis was put into it? Then, if there was any money whatsoever put by this nonprofit, and then when the nonprofit gave it to the city, if the city put any money towards it. And do you remember what year the nonprofit gave it back to the city to manage?
I'm going to get that information for you as well.
And do you know why the nonprofit gave it back to the city versus bringing it back to the off-street parking?
Well, if I recall, the reason why it was transferred back to the city at the time was because I think there was an intent to issue an RFP and actually engage in a process, which we did. And it was better suited at the time because of the transfer in terms of management control went from off-street to the nonprofit. The request to have that management control reverted was done so and initiated by the city.
But you don't remember the year?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and look. I don't remember the exact time it took place. I do have the square footage of the lot.
Yeah.
If you want to.
How much is it?
21,477 square feet.
It's approximately
Half an acre.
Half an acre. Could somebody up the top of their heads, maybe you could call DDA, they should have that information right off the top of their hands. What is the square footage of raw land in downtown Miami these days? I'd just like to know. Since already you told me that the air rights are 12 to 15 million, what they're worth. And for the record, I'll state that what happened with this nonprofit that we gave this to, I have no doubt will never happen with the people that have given us the proposal to take it over. Make sure you're not going to the same guy that gave us the worth of our administrative building in downtown when we sold it, minus my vote.
No, we're gonna have to do some research, and we can do that between now and when the item I think comes back.
Don't you think that that's something that we should have had from the start, Mr. Manager, frankly?
The value of the land?
Yeah.
I mean,
the value of everything, so we know what deal we need to make. I'm not questioning the ability of the people that are proposing this to us on one, that they'll make it work. Two, that they got the money and they could get the money to make it work, which is very important. You know, it's a lot of talk in this town by many people, but then when you got to put up the money, you know, not that many, know where the beef is or bring the beef. But at the same time, we need to be transparent to our residents in the kind of deal that we're making. We have to show them that, you know, we're dealing with this like Donald J. Trump would, in a business matter. It's not about anything else but making sure that we're going to save that structure in the way that we want it, and I think Mr. Gusman wanted it for the city's future. But at the same time, it's going to be done in a fashion that we're not going to be looked at like we're chumps in business, like we usually do business with. For instance, the one that we just voted on Watson Island, on the land there. Do you remember, Mr. Manager, because you were here, how many times the people that sold that land now to the ones that are buying it came before us, and you have to take millions out of what we owe you, otherwise we're going to go into bankruptcy and you're not going to get anything, and this project is going to go out the door. And each time they came, I warned this commission when I voted against it not to do it. And I said they're going to come back for another one, and they did. And now they sold it. They make a heck of a profit that would have been anywhere near as big if we hadn't given them all that, because the developer that's buying from them would have had to pay us that. And we lost out. Because
the developer is part of the deal.
Well, yeah, I understand that. I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning the people that sold it to the developer. And, in fact, I'm not even blaming them. Because they got the right lobbyists. I'm blaming the people up here that voted for that at the time. They bought the whole hook and bait that they threw at us. And we lost millions more that we would have made in this deal. But we couldn't claim it now because we waived millions of dollars to the original, well, not even the original, the owner at the time that sold this project. You're a financial planner. You understand what I'm saying. So I want to make sure that as we go forward in whatever we do here, it's going to be in a sound financial business transaction that we all know what this is really worth. We all know the potential and consequences that we could be facing potentially in court. I want to hear from our attorneys. Maybe I want to hear from an outside attorney also on this. And the other aspect of it, I'm not concerned. Again, the people that are proposing this deal have the financial ability to make it happen. Two, they also have a track record that have shown that everything they have touched, they do real good in, beyond expectations. But we need to get all the facts so we can make a sound judgment, not one in emotions.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Gabello.
So I agree with some of the things that the commissioner said. I got a couple of questions, but one of them is, number one, there's been a lot of talk, and I want to establish that the reason for a no bid, and this is to you, George, correct me if I'm wrong, but this deal, if it should happen, wouldn't this be classified as a government-to-government deal?
Yes, sir. So 29B of the city charter says that in order to sell city property, you have to go through 3 bids and fair market value and all that stuff. However, it has an exemption. The above provisions and any other city requirements for competitive bidding shall not apply when C, conveying property to implement projects of any governmental agency or instrumentality. And SLAM, being a charter school under the Florida statutes, is considered a governmental agency. And that's how...
So we can safely establish that's the reason why the no bid.
That's exactly the reason why there's no bid.
But I wanted to put that out there because there's been talk, that we're kind of doing this, like the Commissioner says, and, we got to be right on this. Number two, let's say that, and I understand where the Commissioner is rightly going with this, let's say that for the sake of argument, you took the 12.5 mil on the air rights, and let's say the land is worth another 50 mil, to say just a number, while you get that number, Mr. City Manager, and let's say at the end of the day, this property was worth from 75 to 100 mil, just for the sake of argument. At the end of the day, we couldn't sell that land because I'm pretty sure that the Maurice Gusman people gave it to be used as a public use, and not, if not, they could have done it by themselves and sold it themselves. So the point is, even if we arrive at a number, okay, we cannot sell that land, can we? If we were to go that route.
We couldn't sell it unless we had a settlement to the litigation. That's a given. I think that for purposes of full clarity and transparency, to follow through on Commissioner Carollo's exercise, we'll engage in evaluation of the property. I'm pretty certain it's going to come out almost negative, given the capital requirements. It has a historic designation. The property, and as it stands right now as a historic building in the current condition it's in, is probably going to have pretty close to a negative value. But I'm gonna go through that exercise so everybody can see it, because I want everybody to be comfortable with it.
Okay, thank you. Number three, it's got a reverter clause. It's got a reverter clause that if they don't do what they say that they are going to do, we will get that property back. Am I correct to assume this?
That's currently written into the purchase and sale agreement.
Okay, and I understand that into the contract it also says that you must, you cannot just get rid of the theater. You must, improve the theater. You must rebuild the theater. Is that also?
No, there's a full scope of work also attached, which has to be met. It includes the renovation of the theater and the building. There is a very specific scope and standard set to that. Very detailed drawings. There's a full detailed permitted set of plans that go with that. So that gets attached as an exhibit. And inclusive of that will be ultimately to recertify the building in terms of its 40, 50-year recertification.
Yeah, my point is there's plans in place and certain procedures have to be followed. Okay, if not, it won't work out, and we are entitled to take the property back.
Correct.
Okay, so I don't think that the people that are going to be doing the business with us, are going to engage in that kind of a behavior, and rightly so, like the commissioner said, that he trusts them because they've done this before. So really, it's a question, at the end of the day, and I agree with the commissioner. I mean, we have to know at the end of the day how much this thing is worth or not. But here's the thing: we continue to talk, we continue to push this thing down the road. And then my fear is nothing is done, and we'll have another conversation, another 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and the place will still be the same. And I'd rather, as for me, if all these guardrails, if all these safety measures to ensure that the people that are concerned with the historic value of the theater are taken care of, that the building is renovated, which is not being done now, and then it goes to a good use, which is to help students. I've had a conversation. They've been in my office, by the way, and I have had a conversation with the gentleman on the other side. Let me disclose that. And I asked him, okay, what are the benefits that we are deriving from? And as I see it, there are a lot of benefits. They're going to help a lot of students out, including students from my district and all the districts. So I see this, and we have to answer all these questions to do this responsibly, correctly. I agree.
That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah, no. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Commissioner Garoyo. But at the end of the day, I think that we must make a decision on this. I think sooner rather than later, because we don't want to lose the momentum. Because this has gone backwards and forwards for many years now, and the building continues to dilapidate. And that's what I don't want to see happen. So having heard all the concerns, this is just what I wanted to put out there. Whenever you, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, you're ready to vote, I'm ready. I'll end it with that. Go ahead.
Okay.
I have a couple of concerns. When this came before us before, there was conversation about community partners. I mentioned Miami-Dade College, that there was some talk about that, but there was not an agreement in place necessarily that Miami-Dade College would be a partner. I want to make sure that the community partners are solidified, that we aren't just using the name Miami-Dade College to make this more palatable to the community. I understand, Mr. Manager, this gives you the authority to negotiate those community benefits, correct? Because I want to see that this space is used for what it was intended and that the entirety of the community benefits. I also want to ensure that students from District 5 are able to attend this school and to have the benefit of what I have heard is a magnificent school. And I want assurances in writing that students from my district will also be able to attend this school.
So to speak to the issue of community partners, in particular Miami-Dade College, so that's a condition precedent to executing the agreement. So the agreement doesn't get executed, nor does the property transfer until the city's satisfied that an agreement has been reached between Miami-Dade College and SLAM Academica. So I think that some of what you're requesting, we could certainly work into the PSA between now and when we bring it back to the commission for approval. And we'll add some more detail to it. There are some additional elements that were a result of the public meetings, such as how many days the theater would be made available to for public access and public events. That's also worked in there as well. So you know, I'd say the agreement is about 80% of the way there in terms of the draft, and I think you know, the time we have from now till our next meetings in September, we'll have an opportunity to finalize all of that. And in addition, bring back, as Commissioner Correa requested, a evaluation so that the commission as a whole is fully aware of what the actual current value would be, and can make a more informed decision.
Commissioner Pardo?
Yep. I agree that it's probably negative, and I know that it's very difficult to value because of the historic nature. And what are the cash flows currently on that building?
Well, I mean, you're going to evaluate it based on a cash flow basis as well as the actual, you know, value of the asset itself. It's a 99-plus-year-old asset with about $50 million worth of liability in terms of capital expense, and a very hard cap on what you can build there. So the only real value is the TDDs and TDRs, right? I mean, that's the value, which would be applied towards, you know, any valuation, obviously. So we'll put all that together and come back.
I do want to say that I'm very optimistic and excited about this transaction. To think that there's $50 million that could be, and I would prefer that there would be a structure that would segregate whatever that number is, maybe kept in trust separately, or, you know, dedicated and set aside from anything else, so that we would know that in fact that is there and it's going to be restored and it's going to happen. That would be, I think, super important to the community. Aside from that, I really want to commend Tim Barquette and the Gusman family for their legacy and their generosity in having donated this to the city of Miami. But not only for that, I take great comfort in your role as watchdogs over this transaction. I know that SLAM and the group is very credible and do excellent work. It's not to say that you don't, but I think the community, especially in Miami, has seen so many things not go the way that they should have gone, that it's a very nice thing to know that you will always be there, kind of shepherding that. So I agree we need a lot more details. I'm very much looking forward to seeing those details come back, and I'm generally very supportive of the transaction.
One other question. They cannot tear down the theater, correct? They have to renovate it. They have to restore the theater.
It's historically designated at the national level.
I understand.
National Historic Property.
Okay.
I have a couple more follow-up questions and statements to make. The appraisal on the property, and we should get some certified appraisal companies that I would get the top ones and that do appraisals in downtown. Has to be done in two ways, not just one that will probably show a very low worth. That one would be based on historic theater, that we can't do anything else with it, et cetera, et cetera. That's if you want to bring the price down. But the other appraisal has to be made, and I'll explain why when I tell you what the other appraisal should be made on the best and highest use. How many stories we could go up? What is the density that you could build? And why do I say that? I'm going to give you some reasons. One, we live in Miami. You don't know if this might be the year, next year, or 10 years, 20 years from now, or more. Andrew's going to come downtown. And if you no longer have a historic building because they got torn down by a hurricane, now you could build as high as you want, as dense as the zoning allows. Two, you never know. Hopefully never would happen, but a fire could take out a structure like that. And there are other reasons. I haven't even heard what engineering work has been done to assure us that this place is sound and it could be kept that way. I'm sure from what I hear that it is, but I haven't seen anything in writing. And then last but not least, I don't know if in parts of it or in most of the building you can't build a new structure that would enclose this one in the bottom as you build over it and go high. That might be a possibility. I don't know. But I will say this, that once we get those appraisals, one of the conditions that has to be put in the contract, and I'm not even going to deal with the 12 to 15 million that you told me that you estimate the air rights might be worth. Maybe they're worth more, I don't know. But putting that aside, because that is something that we got to discuss again once we see the appraisals. I want to guarantee in the contract that if for any reason they make monies on any sales, any addition on any of the areas that I described here, in any other way on that building, outside of the inside and the school, etc., the theater, that the city participates in those profits. If the building is no longer there for any reason, it's going to be sold or developed for another skyscraper downtown, now that's going to be worth a heck of a lot more. And we should be able to participate in those profits. What the amount should be off the start, we could discuss it once this comes back to us. And last but not least, we have to have, even for individuals like this that are serious, that have the funding, could get funding if they need to, we have to have a guarantee in the contract that the amount that is agreed upon that they are going to spend to refurbish that, and the amount I've been hearing is $50 million versus $40 million, that they guarantee us that in a financial way somehow. It could be a bond, but that always costs additional dollars, but it could be in other potential ways that the city would be guaranteed that this will always go forward, and it would not be, there would not be any potential of a 2011 nonprofit deal like we had back then. Now, I've heard from others that have come all of a sudden, but, ideas are wonderful. Many people have great ideas. Problem is, if you don't have the financing to make the ideas work or go forward, they're not worth anything either. They have the financing to make it work. They have an idea and a proposal that will benefit the city in many ways. It will be multiplied in the positive in many ways beyond keeping this beautiful, unique theater. So those are the main areas that to me are a must to have in a contract, Mr. Manager. I understand that would be the second phase. And look, we could agree or disagree on a lot, but I think we all can agree on doing things in the best business-like manner to protect the financial interests of our city and to make sure that anyone that's looking at this in good faith is going to see that what we're doing would make sense and is transparent in the way we're doing it.
Mr. Manager, did you get all of that? You got my...
Yeah, he's got a way of saying yes, and then he forgets right away. So make sure you keep reminding him. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I pin it on you, Mr. Manager?
Chairwoman, I have a number of questions as well. I'm happy to go last, but I do have a number of questions. You are last. Okay. Everybody else is more or less done? Okay.
Yes, I believe we have all spoken.
So, several items I was going to ask about have already been addressed, including the valuation of the property, factoring in the value of the TDRs, the cost estimate for the repairs, because we've seen a range, but it would be great if that number would be tightened up. We've seen 30 to 50 million. It would be good to have a tighter estimate of what the repairs are, because I think ultimately what it's going to end up showing is that this is, as an asset, a very beautiful but expensive to repair and maintain asset. And it'd be good to know what that is. And my suspicion is that in many ways it's actually a liability for the city. I have questions about signage and aesthetics, given that it's a historic building. We're going to have a use moving in. Just want to know what the outside of it is going to look with regard to signage. Plenty of respect for the entity that's planning on taking it over, but it's the Olympia. I'm curious to know what changes they can make with regard to the aesthetics, the appearance, signage, et cetera.
None. You can't make any changes to the exterior. It's historic.
Could you explain the unsolicited proposal process? And I mention this because I've received lots of feedback, lots of questions about this particular item, right? This is a sort of enduring item. Whatever decision we end up making is going to have implications for a number of years. And Florida has an unsolicited proposal process. So beyond the RFP that was done a few years ago, could you talk about the unsolicited proposal process more generally? Because it's something that folks maybe are not that familiar with.
With regards to, and I'll use this project as an example, certainly anybody could have come to the city with a proposal. There is a deposit that's required with that presentation. The next step would be to be internally evaluated. And obviously, in most cases like that, we socialize with our elected officers and the district commissioner if it's a project based within their district, to really explore whether there's any interest in moving forward with a project of any type, specifically addressed to a particular asset or piece of land. And then if there is interest, then a solicitation is then moved forward, and that initial proposal becomes sort of the baseline of a future RFP, or some type of solicitation. But an unsolicited proposal does not preclude a process. There's still a process on the back end of it.
What proposals have we received over the years? So I watched the Zoom meeting that took place I think it was last Thursday was the date of the meeting. In it, you all described a little bit of the history. That's why I was hoping there was a presentation that would address some of these things for those that maybe weren't able to attend or were able to watch it. Who has submitted proposals over the years, whether solicited or unsolicited?
There's been discussions. I mean, most of them predate me, so I don't really have a sense of specifically what was discussed with the city at the time. None materialized into anything substantial, right? There have been discussions with regards to repurposing the apartments, related at one point approached the city to convert what was then a tax credit apartment building, which was the tower, and repurpose them again for affordable once again. That project, for some reason, and again, I wasn't directly involved, but never rose to any substantial level where I even think it was ever even considered by the city commission. There was a solicitation. There were no proposals received. That was done in 2022. There have been a number of other just informal discussions, various groups that have come to the city, expressed interest. There's been some that have toured the facility, done some preliminary due diligence, but in the end, none really materialized in any type of really formal offer for which would have risen to the level where the commission would have evaluated it.
Could you talk about the Miami Forever bond, the funding that was allocated for recreation and cultural improvements? What was the amount? What were the eligible uses? We've gotten lots of questions about that. And what the money has been spent on thus far.
Through the chair, I'll have to get expenditure. Larry Spring, Chief Financial Officer. Specifically, we had $15 million that would have been allocable to this project. When we hadn't moved forward with that, that money was reallocated, prorated to each of the districts for parks-related projects. So that's the answer to that question.
Because the overall category was parks and cultural programming.
Correct.
Okay. What is the impact of the proposed use on other businesses? I've received some of the business owners in the area have asked me, if they have a liquor license, if they have certain hours of operation, like how does moving this entity in, if they were to be moved in, how does it affect the operations of other businesses in downtown?
My understanding that there's a very specific process that would allow for an exception, but I want to let our planning and zoning staff speak to the specifics of that. Shouldn't have an impact on it, the establishment of the school.
While we wait, I guess Mr. Snow is going to be joining us. Is that what we're waiting for? While we wait for him, we can move on. I have a few more questions. Is there a plan for addressing traffic concerns? Right, we've received questions about school drop-off in the morning, school pickup later in the day, and how it might affect rush hour traffic. We have residents in the area. We have folks, leaving their businesses.
We could certainly request a transportation plan, management plan. Something they engage in quite regularly. It came up during the public meetings. They addressed it in those public meetings because it's something they do on a very regular basis for all of their schools. And so we certainly could work with them to put something together.
Okay. I think they're gathering their thoughts, so we'll give them another moment. Is there the possibility of office space for the city as part of the new project, or perhaps office space downtown in relation to the project?
We hadn't contemplated that. The space in the building is very limited, and the retail is very, very small. So I don't know how much really we garner out of that, given the really limited amount of space there. I mean, if they're going to activate it as a school, especially the tower, when you've walked that building, it's a very tight building, and the retail's really, really small. Those retail tenants are all in the 500 to 800 square foot range. They're tiny.
Because right now the city has a permitting
Correct.
office for downtown residents and businesses, and my understanding is that will be allowed to remain. I think that's considered a valuable amenity for folks in the area.
Yeah, I mean, we could certainly explore it. We hadn't really discussed it, that it would remain. We activated that more on an interim basis, not those intended to be permanent.
And Commissioner Rosado, I can
Yes.
help out with the question about the distance requirements. The Gusman Center is located in the Flagler Specialty District, and there's special rules in the Flagler Specialty District. There's no cap to establishments. It's by right, and there shall have no distance separation requirements from a school or religious facility. So there's no distance requirements in an adjacent area.
So it shouldn't have any impact on
So it
downtown
wouldn't have it.
businesses.
And even if they existed, our code generally provides that if you're an existing alcohol service establishment and a church or school moves in, you're not affected.
You're grandfathered in, essentially?
Essentially.
Okay. And then my final question is there any thought, I've received lots of questions on this one, is there any thought to some sort of an arts advisory council component, right? I think this issue has brought out a lot of folks that aren't necessarily engaged on other city issues, but they clearly are part of our sort of arts and cultural community in Miami-Dade. I have had, well, go ahead, and then I'll say something.
They've already agreed to that. They had already agreed to a structure that would incorporate that into their future operation.
And I have, and I'll send it through the city clerk, but I've been in touch with the Knight Foundation. So the Knight Foundation has offices in a few dozen cities, but their headquarters happens to be just a few blocks from the Olympia, and their vice president of the arts nationally is located here in downtown Miami. And so what we're circulating is an email that I received last night, which is why I hadn't been able to share it previously, from their vice president of the arts, and she's got some recommendations for how to establish an arts advisory council that, we're not trying to put the burden on the potential proposer, but rather create a structure that is able to help program the theater. I know there have been lots of questions about when it'll be available. Certainly we want to democratize the arts and get folks from downtown and throughout the city in there as much as possible. So this is, just some key points. I don't know that we have to go through it now, but it provides a basis for creating such a structure.
Are you done, Commissioner?
Okay.
I am done.
Can I come back just with a couple of quick,
3 minutes.
that's sufficient.
Okay.
Look, all these wonderful people that want to come now, it's great, including other institutions, but where's the money? Everybody wants to participate, but I'm only here one source coming up with the money. So I would suggest politely that if others want to participate so much and have such great ideas, they should follow through with some dollars also. Having said that, there was a point that you made, Commissioner, that it's a reality. It's a reality today, and it will be more so in the future. Traffic, we can't get away from that in our city. And the solution to solving a traffic problem cannot be mousy tunes, China, where everybody had a Chinese bicycle. And not practical, certainly not in Miami. So one of the areas that this city has to concentrate on, not just with ideas, but putting the ideas to work and getting the monies, which means we have to partner up with the county, with the state, and frankly, the one that can come in big time, if we have the connections, is Washington. the new administration. We haven't done practically anything to extend Metro Rail the way it should have been and that it was planned. The people mover is great, but we haven't extended anywhere else. And the solution for traffic in Flagler, when I came back as a commissioner, I couldn't believe it. To begin with, back when Miami was being planned, Mary Brickell, that sold the land to Flagler, told him, Henry, you're building the roads too narrow. You got to make them wider. And of course, like most men, they don't want to listen to the women. And look what happened. He built streets extremely narrow. And I know what she told him. I was there. I heard it. No, just kidding. I've been around a while, but not that far back. So what I found when I came back was that instead of the 3 lanes, we're very narrow, and we're nowhere near enough for a major downtown into the future. They made one into a bike lane. Well, stand there and see how many bikes you see go by every day. Sometimes you have a better shot at winning the lottery than finding even one bike going by. And then the other lane, another great idea, only for buses. And you know how efficient our bus service is in Miami. They're supposed to come every half hour or so. You know, get your watch and see how long it takes. So you've taken out another lane for cars also, and you've ended up in what is unbelievable, the only downtown in America of a major city that its main thoroughfare only has 1 lane for traffic. And that has to be changed now, but even more so if this goes forward into the future, because obviously if you're going to have 2,000 plus people, students, faculty, etc., going there, you're going to have more traffic, even though if we further do our work like we should, we will have more connections into the future with people mover, Metro Rail built, so that there could be more connections, and that's the way you keep more cars up the street. You don't resolve it by putting bike trails to nowhere, particularly when nobody uses them, and you're taking lanes away that you need for cars. So, having said that, Mr. Manager, I trust that you're going to negotiate in the fashion that I said, and what I want to make sure is that what we have before us to approve is only the workings of a contract, that nothing here will be finalized until it comes back to this commission. Is that correct, Mr. Manager?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so I will gladly make the motion.
I have a motion. Do I have
Second.
a second?
With the conditions that I stated before.
Yeah, second. Absolutely agree.
All in favor?
Sorry, Chair. So, but this is as is. These conditions aren't
Yes.
amending.
Yeah.
It's a directive to the manager.
Correct.
And let me be clear, if you don't come back with a contract that's a business sense contract for us, not for them, you're not going to have my vote then.
Nor mine.
I'm here, no matter how much I might like these people, how great I think they are, I don't work for them, I work for the residents of Miami. And those are the ones that I have to look out for, like all of us here. So I expect that it's done in that fashion, and I expect, Mr. Manager, that we get appraisals in the form that I requested and is incorporated into this resolution, along with the other statements that were made that you said that you would bring the value of the TDRs, including the 12 to 15 million or more on the value of the air rights, et cetera, and the 2 types of appraisals on the property. And I would like to have a minimum. From my talks with you you were more leaning on the 40 million. From what I heard in the one meeting that I had with their side, was that it was more in the neighborhood of 50 million. And we all know how construction costs go up and how cost estimates sometimes are lower than higher. So it could be even more than your 40 million, it could be more than their 50 million. But we need to have a guarantee on a number that makes sense, and it might be more in the 50 million range than the 40, that we have a guarantee on. Whether it's a bond if they want to, but it's more expensive, so I don't want to throw more expense on them than we have to. It might be in the form of property or other assets that they would put to guarantee this, but it's up to them.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair?
So Todd,
And for the record,
so Todd, for purposes of just clarity, okay, the reso gets modified to eliminate the execute portion of the reso.
so as amended.
As amended.
And
You're
also
removing the
quitclaim
execution
deed part. There's also a thing about together with a quit claim deed, so that'll be taken out.
Yeah,
Yeah, the-
that gets taken out as well.
We're the ones going to execute in a final vote here on the contract when it comes back. When do you anticipate that this will come back, Mr. Manager?
Either the first or second meeting in September.
Okay. I think that's fair, and you should have plenty of time, particularly if you don't take a long vacation. Thank you.
Madam Chair? I'd also,
Hold on a second, Mr. City Clerk.
And again, just for the record, the motion was adopted as amended unanimously 5-0.
Madam Chair, I'd also like to recommend, or rather request from the administration that an FAQ sheet be put together, because we've received just a barrage of questions on this item. I think there's been a lot of confusion, so I think we spelled out a lot on the record, but if we could have all this as one document that the city could put out that we could each share, that would be very helpful.
I think if you'll indulge this, I think once we finish the negotiation on the PSA, we'll do an abstract from that that summarizes everything that we addressed and that was requested here and highlights it as per the PSA. That way you can certainly communicate that to anybody that has an inquiry.
My concern, though, would be that there's a number of things that aren't necessarily going to be spelled out in the PSA, like the impact on other businesses, some of the signage things. There may be things that aren't covered in there because they're not specific to the entity, but they're the kinds of things that the general public or downtown residents, downtown businesses, et cetera, are interested in. I want to make sure that that information is readily available so there's not a burden on us to be responding to individual questions all the time, but rather that we have everything in one place that we could put out. So there may be things that you're not covering in the contract.
Just to help with that, they do have a website for this, Preserve Olympia, and it's supposed to hold all the question and answers, the plans for development from Richard Heisenbottle for the restoration, as well as whatever transaction gets ultimately drafted. So it's a resource for all residents. If they want more information, that's a great place to go. And I think it's preserveolympia.com, right? Or .org?
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
I don't have
I believe you want to.
Oh, but I don't think we're going to come back to 16? Okay. I know we haven't done 22 yet either. Like to have, if you're amenable, a reconsideration of PH 16. There was some conversation and direction I think the chairwoman had given us during the briefing, and I think we failed to incorporate it into the approval. So
16?
If
A motion to reconsider?
16.
Second.
I'm sorry. I'm on La La Land right now.
Bring him back.
Yeah, what are we doing?
PH 16.
Apparently there was something to incorporate that wasn't incorporated,
Okay.
so we're going to bring back PH 16.
Okay.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And what was the item that needed to be inserted?
It's a reconsideration of P.
No. I
She-
understand
she-
the item, but what
the
was
chairwoman
missing?
We'll bring it forward.
Okay, so in my discussions with respect to this item, we talked about the community benefits. And when the item first came before us, one of my concerns was affordable housing. and this is a very lucrative project for the developers, but what about our districts? We have an affordable housing crisis. Commissioner Cabela, you have an affordable housing crisis.
Yes, ma'am.
So I spoke to administration, and I would like to propose the following, that through various measures, the end result would be $7 million per district for affordable housing. Now, I'm not clear how I need to spell this out. Do I need to go how we discussed it line by line? So
We identified that the proceeds from this transaction really accounted for $47 million worth
Correct.
of total value.
Mhm.
We talked about a $35 million of that coming in the form of a direct allocation to each district, and then the remaining balance of $12 million, what I requested from the chair when we talked was to allocate it towards public safety equipment,
So let me-
vehicles and trucks.
So
and,
let me
and fire equipment.
Let me proffer the recommendation. The split of the $47 million would be $15 million divided by 5 districts, $20 million of the cash at closing divided by 5 districts, the remaining 12 to be continued to the capital fund for public safety vehicles, and that results in $7 million per district for affordable housing and $12 million to public safety, to the public safety capital fund.
Can I have one little amendment to that? Can you say affordable housing or infrastructure?
We could say affordable
Okay.
housing and or infrastructure. So may I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Can we go over that?
So I have a motion
need
and a second. We can
yeah.
continue for discussion. Yes.
I just need to know exactly what is being spelled out.
Okay. So the developer is obligated to pay $15 million in affordable housing contributions.
Yes.
$10 million cash at closing, $22 million pay off the city's HUD loan, which is a total of $47 million. And the recommended split is $15 million by the 5 districts, split 20 of the cash at closing by 5 districts. The remaining 12 of that monies would be contributed to the capital fund for public safety vehicles and equipment. The end result would be $7 million per district for affordable housing and or infrastructure, and $12 million to public safety capital for the purchase of vehicles and or equipment.
Well, I don't think we should limit ourselves to vehicles or equipment. It should also be personnel. Remember that we approved in a resolution 300 more officers for the next 3 years. So we should be flexible enough.
The request, Commissioner, and the reason why it's requested that way is because it's a one-time payment. It's not a recurring revenue stream.
I understand.
So that's
that.
why we allocated it towards equipment.
I understand that, but you should be flexible enough for what you have for that one-time payment. That's all that I'm saying.
I'm okay with the way the chair said it because I agree it's a one-time payment.
I don't want to.
Well, I know we are in dire need to replace vehicles and equipment for both police and fire, and this was an opportunity to do that. I would
Well,
leave
if
it.
you're including that, then we're going to need, just for 100 cops, that amount is going to be hefty in the police vehicle, so that would help. So that's fine.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second for the additions that I'm investing, and the clerk mentioned that I need to include the substitution memo of
Dated July 17, 2025.
dated July 17, 2025. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. The next item was PH 22 was pulled.
Yes. Mr. Manager,
Yes, sir.
I think there should be a provision here in two areas. One, that it would be a 6 months contract, renewable, and bringing it back to the commission for additional 6 months as needed, but bringing it back to the commission. Two, we need to spell out the amount that is going to be given once we approve it. Do you have an amount? You have to have an amount already. You thinking about?
Well, the way I hadn't really finalized the dollar amount yet because I didn't really have a waiver. But what we've been talking about is an hourly rate, because specifically the tasks that are involved are budget and specific project related. I'm happy to bring back a dollar amount. Because this isn't for the agreement. This is actually just for a waiver to allow for him to continue to work as a consultant for the foreseeable future.
Okay,
we can certainly build those
for a
parameters
waiver.
around
I just want you to, if you're going to pay him hourly, then you have to have a cap, because I don't want this to be like other professionals that charge us hourly. It gets really expensive. So whether it's hourly or one shot, it's fine, but if it's hourly, there should be a cap on the amount for the 6 months, so we know the maximum that we will be exposed to.
Okay. Are you comfortable with the $60,000 cap for 6 months?
Yeah, in a 6 months period.
Okay.
I would be fine with that. It's $10,000 per month.
Yeah.
How much does Larry make now?
Way more than that.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Larry, what do you make? He's not going to tell me the truth. You will.
Larry, ask your question. Trying to just lowball it, Larry. Just round down.
Through the chair, Larry Spring, Chief Financial Officer. Commissioner, I make just under $300,000 a year.
Under 300.
Yes.
Okay, so
you're getting a great discount.
That doesn't include the benefits, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so we got a deal.
You got a good deal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
There's a motion. You'll bring them back the 6 months provision and the 10 per month max.
Yeah, we'll move forward under those guidelines.
That's fine.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second. Motion.
Wait a minute. I think we have 4, but just in case.
Yeah, we got 4.
But just in case somebody says no.
If you want, we'll wait for him.
I mean, I don't
want to make sure.
Right, I want to make sure we have the votes.
Well, I'm a yes, you're a yes, Carolina's a yes, and the gentleman down there, he's a
Okay,
yes.
I didn't want to say that. You dropped something. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
As amended.
As amended. Gentlemen, we are at the resolutions. Are there any items that you would like to pull for discussion? We have RE 1 through 30.
Yeah, I'd like to pull 15, 17,
Hold on once. Okay, wait, let me.
21, 22, and 23.
15, 17, 21, and 23.
Correct.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
I'm sorry.
I'll read them once he finishes.
Yeah. I have on the ones that I have questions on, the RE 13. I just want to ask a quick question on that. 12, another quick question. 10, another quick question. then I'd like to pull the RE3. And let's
That's
see
been
what
pulled.
some of the others that are being pulled are, so we could deal with them.
RE30?
You want to pull RE30?
Yep.
Okay. 15, let me see. 17.
RE30, and then wait a minute. Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Then 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
I'm sorry, there's some additional ones you're bringing up?
Yeah,
So 24 through 30
so
have
we
been
started with,
pulled.
Carollo's got 3, and then somebody, 10, right? And then 12,
Yep.
13,
Hold on, I'll tell you.
15, 17.
You have 3, 10, 12, 13, 15, 17, 21, 23.
And 22.
You want 22 as well?
Yeah, I said 22.
22,
Okay, and then 24, 25, 26, 27, 28,
all
and
the way
29.
to 30.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Rosado, do you have any you want to pull?
They've all been pulled already.
They've all been pulled already. Commissioner Carollo, do you have any more that you want to pull that have not been pulled?
You know what, RE5, I'm going to defer that. You don't, no need to,
Can I have a motion to defer RE5?
motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair, to which meeting?
To which meeting?
Next meeting in
September?
Yeah.
First meeting in September.
September 11th.
We have, Chair.
Okay.
Clerk.
What is left
Yeah, the ones we
to
could
be
vote.
considered
Yeah.
RE1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.
No, 5 was deferred.
I'm sorry, 5 was deferred.
Okay, so
RE1,
1,
2,
2,
4,
4,
6,
6,
7, 8, 9, 11, 14, 18, 19, 20.
Okay, if I could just glance at it, make sure that
16 was not pulled.
I didn't say 16?
No.
16.
16 was not pulled, okay?
Pulled 21 through 30, all of them.
Madam Chair, if 21, because the charter questions come in twos, so 20 and 21 are together. So I think 21 was pulled, but not 20.
So 20 would have to be pulled?
I'm assuming you'd want to discuss that one if the 21 was pulled, so yeah, I would pull that for discussion.
Where are we again? No, 21 was pulled. I pulled 21.
He's
Yeah,
saying we
but
need to pull
20
20 and
20 is
21,
related to it,
'cause
so
they're
you might as well do both of those.
20's pulled. Who pulled 20?
Nobody pulled. He
No,
said we
nobody pulled 20.
should. He
No,
said
but
we
20's
should.
20's related to 21.
Oh, okay,
so you should
got it.
probably pull it.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, gentlemen, may I have a motion for RE1, 2, 4, 5, 6.
Sorry, not 5, Chair.
I'm sorry. Let me draw a line through that so I won't keep saying it.
Yeah, deferred.
Okay, it was deferred. May I have a motion for RE1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 14, 16, 18 as amended, 19 as amended.
And my apologies, Chair. RE 8 and 9 will be as amended, as well as RE 11.
RE 8, 9, and 11 as amended. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Can we?
I am going to
think
move.
yeah,
I'm going to go.
I just want to scratch it out. RE1?
RE1, 2,
Okay.
4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 14, 16, 18, 19.
Okay.
I'm going to move along, gentlemen, to second reading. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read the title in the record?
Or
Yes, Madam Chair, for
Second reading, SR1.
SR, okay.
SR1.
SR1, second reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended City Code, titled Administration, Departments, Planning, Building, and Zoning Department, more particularly by amending Section 2-11 titled Denial or Revocation of Certificate of Use by restricting Chapter 10 of the City Code violations from causing a denial or revocation of a certificate of use in limited circumstances, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
Gentlemen, do I have a motion?
Some explanations in this, and I think Commissioner Pardo was a sponsor.
No, I am.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not?
This is,
SR1?
yes, SR1. This is with respect to the feasibility study, the independent feasibility and impact study for housing. We're requesting a temporary moratorium because it has been brought to my attention that the fees are exorbitant. The studies aren't.
No, SR1.
SR1.
Yes,
I'm
that's
sorry.
correct. No, that's
I'm
correct.
sorry.
It is B.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
it's
flipped
okay.
the wrong page.
I
Okay.
did the same thing.
This is denial revocation of the certificate of use issue. That is Commissioner Pardo's.
If you could just explain, Commissioner, because I maybe am not grasping what you're trying to accomplish. What is it that you're trying to accomplish here? And so I could understand.
Absolutely. In fact, I'll have staff go ahead because.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Ace Marrero. What we're trying to accomplish with this legislation here is to align with the Florida Building Code and unsafe structures. What's happening right now is that if you have a property that's going through the recertification process and it's found to be in violation under the county code and Florida statutes, you are allowed to submit a letter stating that the property is in it's essentially in good conditions for its continued use and occupancy. So therefore, with that letter from a structural engineer, we allow properties to continue the recertification process, which sometimes may take a long period, 1 to 2 years, especially if you have major remodelings to be done. Our code is not aligned with that process for CUs, and what happens is a lot of these properties get caught up in that process and are not able to maintain and renew their CUs. So you have a property that's able to be occupied in terms of occupancy, but our code does not allow for the CU to be issued. So we have right now, I think, a volume of in excess of thousands of CUs that have not been able to be issued because of that. Yes, that many. So with this process, once you obtain that letter and indeed the property is able to be occupied, not only will be okay with building, we also want to make sure that we're able to issue those CUs. This is that fix right now.
Okay. How can the city make sure that whoever is the private entity that is going to sign up and said that is all hunky-dory, that what we're getting is truthful? We already have had the experience in the past of finding people that have given us that testament from third parties, not city personnel, not state personnel, and they weren't that truthful.
Well, these are licensed professionals, especially
So
a
were the
licensed
other-
structural engineer.
So were the others. That
Right. So
we had in
the
past.
protocols are that if you submit a letter that is false, what we will do and what we do today is we will submit that letter to DBPR for license investigation, which could lead up to revocation of your license. So, these are.
Have you ever done that before? In
Yes, we
people
have.
In people that you found?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Would it be more appropriate or approve it, and then in a year's time, this comes back to see how it went, if it helped the progress along a lot more, if it worked? I'm
We
not
can
saying
certainly- we
that
can
it
certainly
was
come
not
back.
then, just to bring it back in a year's time.
You mean like a pilot?
Well, I'm not even calling it a pilot. We approve it, but with instructions to the administration that in 1 year's time, they bring this back and give us a report how it's worked. If it's worked, then there's no need to do anything else. But if there have been problems, then maybe we could correct them. And that would make, I think, sense to keep on top of it.
Absolutely. We can come back within a year's time and provide a very
Okay.
detailed report.
All right, you're going to make the motion, I suspect. I'll second it. If you are fine with putting the motion that the administration would bring this back in a year's time.
It's a big problem, especially downtown. Absolutely. We can have them report back in a year.
All right.
I have
Thank
a
you.
motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
As amended.
As amended. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read the titles for the first reading ordinances?
Yes, Madam Chair. First reading ordinance, FR1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission establishing a temporary moratorium on enforcement of Section 62-2.2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Independent Feasibility and Economic Impact Studies of the City Code of Ordinances, as amended for a period of 12 months, further recommending to the Miami City Commission providing for extension and or termination of said moratorium by resolution, providing for the treatment of pending applications, containing a severability clause, and providing for an immediate effective date. FR2, first reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 35, Article 1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, City Code titled Motorized Vehicles and Traffic in General, specifically by amending Section 35-1 of the City Code, titled Definitions, to provide a definition for a homestead property, and by establishing a new Section 35-11 of the City Code titled Parking for Homestead Exempt Property, providing for certain allowable parking on a homestead, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Second.
Actually, I was hoping to discuss both the items.
Of course. Go ahead.
So on the first one, I was actually not only going to support your request here, Chairwoman, but I was actually going to propose that we eliminate this requirement altogether. I mean, one of the things that I campaigned on was affordability, and I know that this is something that just creates a financial hurdle to creating new units, and ultimately those costs are passed on to the end user, which are folks that either are trying to buy a condo or they're trying to get an apartment at an affordable rate. As I understand it, these reports cost somewhere between $50,000 and $70,000, and nobody is reading them, and no action is being taken as a result of this. So I don't know if this could, if accepted, if this could be amended.
It would, because that was Commissioner Gabella's idea. But the problem with that was in between the time that the staff could bring the legislation forward, they're still
They're still
projects would
required.
still require that they do this. So this stops that requirement
Okay.
until we could go ahead and vote to eliminate altogether this requirement.
So then I can support your motion, and I'd like to add that we add an item for first reading at the next meeting to eliminate this requirement altogether.
Okay.
Can we hear from staff on that?
Is this, it's, yes, we should. It's the same thing. This is just moving it so that while we're trying to do the elimination, they're not required. They would have to wait to submit something because it's still required now.
And it'll be on the next agenda,
Makes
so we could
perfect
wait.
sense.
Yes, yes. So we're just trying to move it along so that no one is stuck in limbo and have to do it per the code.
I just wanted to make everybody clear that the moratorium doesn't go into effect until it's adopted on second reading, which will be September
Right.
11th.
So that's why, because it would come first reading, they would still be stuck because it wouldn't be, and this is the last meeting, so it wouldn't be able to come forward until September, and then it'd have to go to second reading. So which is why we're doing it, because in September, second reading, it's moratorium, and then we can move forward, and that's why. But we are doing that.
Okay.
So it takes effect when, after the second
After the
reading?
second reading
September,
passes.
10 days after, unless,
Right.
okay.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And FR2 as amended.
So, Mr. City Attorney, we have 10 projects queued up right now. Could we, as an emergency, do the second reading now?
It's not been advertised as an emergency. I mean, let me check with Todd. I
Mr.
believe if there's a finding of an emergency,
Mr. City Clerk.
the question is, could we convert FR1 to an emergency ordinance and do the second reading today? It's not on the agenda as an emergency ordinance, but then an emergency ordinance dispenses with the advertising.
Correct. So I would need to review the statute, but my understanding would be, at least from a ministerial standpoint, that it would be acceptable.
Give us 1 second. Okay, so the statute says the governing body of a municipality may, by a 2/3 vote, enact an emergency ordinance without complying with the requirements of Section 166.041. So as long as we have a finding of emergency with a sufficient number of votes, 2/3, which would be 4/5, we can move forward.
About the moratorium, we would make it an emergency so we can have first and second reading today. So then it's in the moratorium. There's 60 projects in the hopper. It wouldn't be able to have second reading until September when we come back. This will dispense with that and
So
start
we
the
need a new
moratorium.
motion? We need a new motion? So motion to...
Wait,
Motion
hold
to
on,
reconsider.
May I have a motion to reconsider FR1?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now, Todd, can you walk us through?
How to do it as a second reading?
Yes. So we'll start with FR1 first. FR1 can now, there'll be 2 readings, so you're going to have 2 votes. So, Mr. City Attorney, just to ensure that we
sir.
at least comply with the reading of the title, if you could read the title again for the first vote.
Yes, sir. Emergency Ordinance 1, first. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission establishing a temporary moratorium on enforcement of Section 62-2.2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended, titled Independent Feasibility and Economic Impact Studies of the City Code of Ordinances, as amended for a period of 12 months, further recommending to the Miami City Commission providing for extension and or termination of said moratorium by resolution, providing for the treatment of pending applications containing a severability clause, and providing for an immediate effective date.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Now, the title will be read for the second vote.
time.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission establishing a temporary moratorium on enforcement of Section 62-2.2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended, titled Independent Feasibility and Economic Impact Studies of the City Code of Ordinances as amended for a period of 12 months, further recommending to the Miami City Commission providing for extension and or termination of said moratorium by resolution, providing for the treatment of pending applications containing a severability clause, and providing for an immediate effective date.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Now we'll address FR2.
But he doesn't need to read FR2 again.
I would in abundance of caution, because the reconsideration completely reset.
Madam Chair, just for my understanding, so we've now implemented
Yes.
the moratorium immediately, but we would still need an item on the next agenda to eliminate it altogether.
Yes. So
But
it can come in September.
would that also be done, could it be done procedurally at the September 11th meeting where you have first and second reading, or?
Well, we wouldn't have to do it like that because it's
Now we can
already
spread it out.
there's a moratorium, so they're safe for now.
Yeah, it also needs to go before PZAP,
Oh.
Planning and Zoning Advisory Board. So.
Okay. So, Mr. City Attorney, would you please read FR2?
FR2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 35, Article 1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, City Code titled Motorized Vehicles and Traffic in General, specifically by amending Section 35-1 of the City Code titled Definitions, to provide a definition for a homestead property, and by establishing a new Section 35-11 of the City Code titled Parking for Homestead Exempt Property, providing for certain allowable parking on a homestead, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
May I have a motion for FR2 as amended?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Actually, I have some concerns about FR2. So I received a number of calls from folks in District 4 who have requested that they be exempt from this, that the district be exempt from this.
I don't have an issue with the district being exempt. We can't do that? We can't do that.
So the idea is that.
But if the residents in your district don't want to participate, they don't have to. This is specifically for an issue that is occurring in District 5, which is why I brought it. My residents, my neighbors are being cited, getting violations for parking their car at their residence. And this allows them to park their car on their grass. Most people do it anyway, but there are one or two folks that may call and it would cause a hardship. And it is caught in today's society, children are moving back in with their parents. So it's a more than one car property. More than one vehicle is with the property. So this is what I'm trying to do to alleviate this burden on the residents in my district.
And I can understand the concern, but there is concern from folks in assorted neighborhood associations in District 4 that they're worried that this would open up a sort of Pandora's box of cars being parked on the grass in front of the homes. So,
well, it's not cars, it's limited, and I understand your concerns. Do anyone else have a concern, or are you ready?
Well, no, I kind of have your same issue, by the way.
I know.
In my district.
The problem that we have in our city is that we don't have enough parking spaces. You know, any single-family residence is going to have at least 2 cars and maybe more. You could go through any of the streets in Little Havana, Alapata, and you're going to see it. Cars are all over the street because there's not enough parking. This is why I've taken issue of us amending and amending and amending in taking out requirement of parking spaces in new construction, because this is what happens. So I'm fine with this.
Chairwoman, you mentioned limited, but I'm not sure I understood what that referred to.
You can't park 10 cars in the yard.
So you're saying that because there's a maximum of 2 cars that could be on the grass?
Yes. So, and the staff was very thoughtful in creating this legislation. We talked about it, we went back and forth with it, and this was the best compromise we could come up with for everyone. So if I have a motion,
Motion.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'm a no on this
As
one,
amended?
unfortunately.
As amended,
4-1.
4-1. Gentlemen, let's go to the PZ items. And then after the PZ items, I would like for us to go to the attorney-client session, if that's amenable to everyone.
Whatever you say, Chair.
I love that. Okay.
Hey, listen, you've been getting some really hot publicity lately.
I have?
Yeah, Guyana.
Oh,
All the wonderful things the country has to offer, and, you know, I'm impressed in how much money they're making from oil and how much they're giving it to the people and helping out, and it's impressive. No wonder that old nasty Maduro wants to take the country over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Won't happen. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read the titles of the planning and zoning items into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair. PZ1, a first reading ordinance. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to 163.3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from duplex residential to public parks and recreation of the acreage described herein of real property at 3691 Southwest 1st Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in the attached and incorporated Exhibit A, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ2, first reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, Miami 21 Code, by changing the zoning classification from T30 Suburban Transect Zone Open to CS Civic Space Transect Zone for the property generally located at 3691 Southwest 1st Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in the attached and incorporated Exhibit A, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ3, first reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, Miami 21 Code, specifically by amending Article 3, Section 3.16 of the Miami 21 Code, titled Workforce Housing Special Benefit Program Supplemental Regulations, to introduce a new workforce housing program within the City of Miami, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ6, an ordinance, second reading, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan of the City of Miami, Florida, pursuant to the expedited state review process subject to section 163.3184 Florida statutes by amending the interpretation of the future land use map and the correspondence chart to create a new future land use designation called Transit-Oriented Node, amending Appendix LU1, amending Policy LU 5.1.3 and Policy LU 5.2.1, and amending the future land use designation of the properties generally bounded by Northwest 7th Avenue to the west, Northwest 76th Street to the north, Northeast 2nd Avenue to the east, and Northwest 70th Street to the south in Miami, Florida, approximately 143.75 acres, as more particularly described in the attached and incorporated in Exhibit A, from general commercial, light industrial, medium density multifamily residential, medium density restricted commercial, and major institutional public facilities, transportation, and utilities to Transit-Oriented Node 1 and Transit-Oriented Node 2, providing for transmission, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ7, second reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by amending Article 3, titled General to Zone, specifically by adding Section 3.19, titled Transit Station Neighborhood Development, to establish criteria for transit-oriented development with design flexibility and public benefits, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ8, second reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments, amending ordinance number 10544 as amended, the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan, pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to Section 163.3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from restricted commercial to general commercial of the acreage described herein of real property at 1930, 2000, and 2060 Northeast 2 Avenue, 64, 97, 106, 120, 146, and 160 Northeast 20th Street, and 135 Northeast 19 Terrace, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in the attached and incorporated Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ9, second reading ordinance. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments pursuant to Articles 3 and 7 of Ordinance Number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended Miami 21 Code, amending the Miami 21 Code to add Appendix Q titled Bremen Miami Campus Special Area Plan, Bremen SAP, amending the zoning atlas of the Miami 21 Code to rezone approximately 12.9 acres of property currently zoned T6-36A-O, T636B-O, T6-12-0, and T680 to include a Bremen SAP zoning overlay designation for the properties located at approximately 2020 and 2060 Biscayne Boulevard, 2001, 2010, and 2060 Northeast 2nd Avenue, 94, 106, 114, and 246 Northeast 20th Terrace, and 111, 120, and 137 Northeast 20th Street, as more particularly described in the attached and incorporated Exhibit A, and amending the Miami 21 Code to incorporate the Bremen SAP regulating plan, attached and incorporated as Exhibit B, and the Bremen SAP concept book, attached and incorporated as Exhibit C, into Appendix Q, which proposes new development and adds an auto-related commercial establishment to the Bremen SAP, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ10, second reading ordinance. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments approving a development agreement pursuant to Chapter 163 Florida statutes and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute said development agreement in a form acceptable to the city attorney, a draft of which is attached and incorporated as Exhibit B, between 120 Northeast 20th Street LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, 120 Street, 2020 Biscayne Boulevard LLC, a Delaware liability limited company, 2020 Biscayne, 2060 Biscayne Boulevard LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, 2060 Biscayne, 2060 Northeast 2 Avenue LLC, a Delaware company, Delaware limited liability company, 2060 Northeast, 246 Northeast 20th Terrace LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, 246 NE, Bremen Hyundai Inc., a Florida corporation, Bremen Hyundai, Bremen Leibowitz Gas Station LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, Bremen Gas, Bremen Leibowitz Service and Parts LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, Bremen Service, Bremen Leibowitz Temple Lots LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, Bremen Temple, Bremen Leibowitz Miami Downtown Properties 1 LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, Bremen Properties 1, Bremen Leibowitz Miami Downtown Properties 2 LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, Bremen Properties 2, Bremen Leibowitz Parking Garage LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, Bremen Parking, and NB Leasing Inc., a Florida corporation, NB Leasing, collectively applicant, and the City of Miami, Florida City, governing the properties generally located at 2020 and 2060 Biscayne Boulevard, 2001, 2010, and 2060 Northeast 2nd Avenue, 94, 106, 114, and 246 Northeast 20th Terrace, and 111, 120, and 137 Northeast 20th Street, more particularly described in the attached and incorporated Exhibit A. Such a development agreement would allow development as described in the following phases. Phase 1A includes an 11-story auto service building with 339 service bays, 620 parking spaces, consisting of 1,176,000 square feet. Phase 1B, development of a Wohnhof of 29,160 square feet along Northeast 20th Terrace between Northeast 2nd Avenue and Biscayne Boulevard. Phase 2A, 60-story mixed-use building of 1,300,000 square feet and 624 dwelling units. Phase 3A, a 60-story mixed-use building of 825,000 square feet and 550 dwelling units. And Phase 4 is the renovation of a gas station of 4,000 square feet, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 11, second reading ordinance. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, Miami 21 Code, by amending Article 4, Table 4, titled Density, Intensity, and Parking, to modify food service establishments, patrons limitation, further amending Article 5, Section 5.4, titled General Urban Transect Zones, T4, to introduce a flexible lot coverage program to adjust the maximum lot area to update roof element standards and to modify side and rear setbacks, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. And that's the end of the ordinances in the PZ section, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Gentlemen, are there any items that you would like to pull for discussion? Commissioner Rosado?
Yes,
PZ.
PZ 6 and 7.
Vice Chair?
Glance at it one more time, make sure that there's nothing there, but I don't
Commissioner
believe so right
Cabela?
now.
I'm good.
Commissioner Pardo?
PZ 3, PZ 12.
3 and
12.
3 and 12. Okay. I'll wait for the Vice Chair.
And Chair, while we're waiting, just for the record, PZ 10 will need to be amended pursuant to a substitution memo dated July 23rd, 2025.
PZ 10?
PZ 10.
Okay. I have PZ 4, 10, and 12 as amended. Is that correct?
PZ 4 was indefinitely deferred, and PZ 12, you're correct, will be amended, but it has been pulled from the block vote.
PZ 4 has been indefinitely deferred?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what? Something about a block vote?
PZ 12 was pulled from the block vote.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, yes, it's pulled for discussion.
I'm fine, Chair.
Okay, so, gentlemen, may I have a motion to pass PZ 1, 2, 5, 8, 9, 10, and 11?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. PZ 3 was
Yep.
pulled for discussion.
Yeah, I pulled it for discussion just because there's a lot of concern among residents, and I know that this is an existing program. This is an amendment to an existing program, and the concern is the additional density and what it would do and how that kind of plays out in it. I thought you could address it.
Commissioner, so PZ3 is specific to the workforce housing program, special benefit program. So as you mentioned today, we do have that program that exists today within Miami 21. This is an expansion to that. And that expansion is mainly dealing with additional setback and step back flexibility for the towers for workforce housing projects. So what this does is now allow for a project to come in when abutting T4 to set back at the ground floor at 18 feet and then go 18 feet straight up as opposed to step back an additional 26 feet, which it has today. That's really going to help out with workforce housing projects. In addition to that,
In what way? By adding more units and being able to...
So it allows the tower to be more effectively designed to accommodate, it will accommodate more units, but also it'll make the cost of the construction much more less as well. And of course, your density controls how many units you can build. We're not modifying the density specifically for this amendment. The other component of this is, of course, the definition of workforce housing. Today, our workforce is at 100% AMI or less. This allows for a tiered mechanism so that 50% of the units that are within these projects are at 15% between 60% AMI or less. 20% of the units are at 100% AMI or less. That's the sweet spot. And then allowing for the 120 AMI at 10% of the units, which is comparable to what we're seeing with local projects. So that's essentially what this amendment does.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Do I have a motion?
Move.
I have
Second.
a motion. Second. All
Chair,
in favor?
PZ3 needs to be amended pursuant to a substitution memo dated July 22nd, 2025.
I have a motion and a second for PZ3. As amended, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. PZ6 was pulled for discussion?
Yeah. PZ6 and actually PZ7 along the same lines. I just want to make clear, again, we had a lot of concerned folks weighing in on this. We also thank you, planning, for the Zoom that was done. Because of the requirements for noticing and everything else, it wasn't able to be an open forum or as open as we would have liked it to be. And the questions, weren't taken. So we plan to actually do another Zoom on this topic anyway. But it's important for people to understand that the NCDs are excluded from this. It doesn't include areas like Coconut Grove. It does not include the historic districts.
I'd like staff to say that on the record.
Yeah.
I have requested that it is conspicuously written into the legislation, which means that it will be a bigger font and bold, that it will not, this could not occur in historic districts. My neighbors are very concerned about that. I had said it already in the first reading that we had, but again, I want to assure everyone that this will not occur in historic districts, correct?
That is correct. And we have it at a 25-point font, so it's very large. You can see it.
And also they had asked about T4s and why you were including T4s, and it's the transition. Well, go ahead.
Right. So we do have a presentation prepared to walk through the steps of this, to give some background, and also to go through the amendments. So if you wish, we can go through that as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And one question while she is loading that up. So it's not just NCDs, but also properties adjacent to NCDs, right? Like my neighborhood, many of my residents or my neighbors in particular asked
abutting,
about that.
Correct.
37th Avenue, Coral Way.
Correct. That is also in there. So just to walk through this, and kind of give you a background on how we got here. So in 2024, the city adopted the update to our comprehensive plan, which was through the AIR process, which is required by the state to do that every 10 years. But one key component of that update was to look at our land use policies and looking at that around development around transit. And so this particular policy that stands out is that development of transit supportive land uses are encouraged around fixed rail stations to create well-designed, pedestrian-oriented neighborhoods for living, working, shopping, and recreation. Makes a lot of sense. And then, of course, there's the policies that are associated with that. But this is kind of what that kind of started the groundwork. Van, if you go to the next slide. So in addition to that, we're also in a world of, competitive preemption and RTZ, right? And we've heard a lot about this and the pressures that we're experiencing. But in any case, it's important that we align ourselves with what's out there. So this slide shows, on the left-hand side, which is what we are known as TOD areas. So that's that mile radius around each of our stations that exist in the city today. There's roughly 16 stations. On the right-hand side is the RTZ. And you can see how that map is not entirely clear as far as where those layers are going and where the boundaries are defined by RTZ. And beyond just the stations themselves with RTZ, RTZ allows for They're smart corridors, as they call them, and they also apply to bus stations. So we know that there's some challenges with that as well. But in any case, you can see that now our densities, the TOD nodes, are aligned with what the county has as far as their community, metropolitan, and regional densities. Go to the next slide. So looking at comparison of this new TSND program and what RTZ provides and what our other programs provide. So those check boxes are reflective of the different components of the program. So with the TSND, it requires the master plan for the enhanced. It's required to be around fixed rail. It has a concurrency analysis associated with the Flume Amendment. A traffic study is required, and there are public benefits associated with it. And of course, there's outreach as well that are included with the public hearing. RTZ gets around fixed rail, bus, and then public benefits we're not quite sure about. There's been some improvements. There's been really not improvements beyond their standard improvements requirement. Also housing. Housing's still a big question mark about how RTZ is really, making the mark for housing in our community. And of course, outreach has been very limited with RTZ. Very limited. Savannah, you go to the next slide.
And Live Local you had in there too.
Live Local, yeah, correct. So, right, in Live Local, you're getting housing, but again, there's no real interaction with the community on where those projects are going. They're as of right, they're moving very quickly. So looking again at the housing component of RTZ and TSND, you can see that with RTZ, you're getting at 140% AMI level. That's market rate, high market rate almost. So that's a concern. With the enhanced and with general TSND, you're getting a breakdown of 60% AMI, 100% AMI, and 120% AMI. So you're really getting that good mixed income development through this program. So I'm going to walk through the process of what the TSND process looks like. So step 1 and 2, you can go to the next slide. So this is establishing the TOD areas, which is done actually by the TPO, okay, our Transportation Planning Organization by the county. So all of these spots, you can go to the next slide. All these spots are current fixed rail transit areas. So before you even consider TSND, you have to be within one of these areas. Now, the first area that we're having the land use part is the Little River area. That's the area, the red arrow that's pointed on top. So the next part of this is step 3 and 4, which is establishing the flume. So in the Little River area, we've now established node 2 and node 1. Okay, so those are the new density areas that are reflective of the transit nodes for that area. There's a future station that will be built as a component of the Victory Village housing development. That is the first piece that's coming into this area. So new transit, we heard about, transit not being expanded today. Well, this is the first opportunity for transit to be expanded into the city. So we're excited about that. And of course, housing. Next slide. Step 3 and 4 also has significant outreach components. So with the Little River piece, in addition to what was done for the county and the housing component of the county project, we had 2 meetings with the Little Haiti Trust. So Little Haiti Trust is an area that's representative of the Little River District. We also had a PZAB discussion item. So there was no recommendation that night. It was just simply to go through the item, go through the changes that were being contemplated within the Little River neighborhood, as well as the TSND program. And then, of course, we have the public hearing components that were part of the amendment of the Flume and the TSND. And also, it was mentioned that we did have another Zoom meeting. We did have one that we provided additional information for. Step 5. So this is once you have the land use identified, the TS&D requires an exception to be done with a master plan. And this is for the enhanced TS&D component. So the highest density you can get requires the master plan. The master plan requires all of these components. So an area plan, an open space diagram, a civic space diagram, frontage diagram, streetscape, calculation diagram. You have mobility amenity diagram, massing, architecture, parking layout, landscaping, traffic analysis, development program summary, and a public benefit summary. All of that is required for that master plan component that then goes to PZAB for their approval. So before I jump to that, just to walk through what those public benefits are. So improvements both could be to an existing train station or providing a new station. In this particular case in Little River, they're providing a brand new station. The second part that's required is neighborhood enhancements. They have to show that they're doing either streetscape improvements, open space improvements, enhancements to bike ped mobility within the neighborhood. That is required. And then I mentioned affordable housing, but we can't say it enough. Both programs, both the general TS&D and the enhanced TS&D, require affordable housing and workforce housing. In the general example, it requires 20% of the units to meet that AMI breakdown that I just walked through. Small business development is also a component to this. So now these developers are required to put together a small business development program for the neighborhoods that they're impacted. So that can be anything from an incubator space to small micro retail spaces that small businesses can get going. And then finally, there's also other enhancements that they can provide, whether it's contribution to the historic preservation contribution, green building, public art contribution. That's all part of the public benefit program. Step 6, that's the PZAB adoption of the master plan. So those are the steps. I do want to walk through the changes that we talked about in addition to the historic preservation modifications. So the first part is that we did make the change from, on the general program, and this was PZAB's recommendation, to go from a warrant to an exception process. So that's now in there. So everything requires an exception, essentially, unless you're utilizing your existing zoning today. And that's the T4, T5, T6. Properties within a mile of the TS&D cannot exceed T68. So that, again, provides that balance, that transition into the higher density levels. We mentioned the exclusion of NCDs and abutting NCDs. So that's in there. We've made that modification. I'm going to make sure this is very clear to Madam Chair. The removal of historic districts is done, and requiring an exception approved by City Commission for locally and individually designated properties. Individually designated properties within a historic district may be placed within a TS&D through an exception approved by City Commission. So that is the language that we have in there. And then I mentioned, the modification of the Workforce Housing Tiered Program. That actually we worked with Miami Homes for All on that, so they're very excited about that. We have some additional text cleanups, crossing T's, dotting I's that we worked with legal on. We have the flexibility of lot area through a warrant process. We've added that, and then we've made very specific criteria for the master plan process. It's very important that we have that clear criteria for that development. So those are the changes that we've added. That completes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Does anyone have any other questions, or are we ready to vote?
Yeah, we're ready to vote. The only reason I hesitate is because a lot of the people that were contacting us was about PZ6 and PZ7, and part of it is And I understand that they wanted to know more, and so I was balancing that with the reality where we do have projects where we need to kind of move this forward. And I was hoping that you could shed light on the PZ7 project that is on that node with affordable housing.
Right. So you're talking the Little River project.
Yes.
Right. So, which is, again, if approved today, would be the first TS&D area, right? So that is an affordable housing project that's coming through, that actually went through a county RFP process to start.
It is raising the public housing that is now known as Victory Homes, and each unit must be replaced 2 to 1. And it is a public housing development that is sorely in need of updating.
100%. So, couldn't have said it better. But also, this is now an opportunity for this project to again partner through the city, come through the city's process to assure the success of not just the affordability in that project, but the neighborhood as a whole.
And I wanted you to talk about it because a lot of people don't understand the pressures that RTZ has in these situations. But
Miami-Dade County's
right,
RTZ.
Exactly, Miami-Dade County's RTZ, because what could they have done with RTZ here?
Yeah, they could have gone right to the county, kind of removed us out of the process. There would be really no assurance about, those elements of protecting the neighborhood, making sure those benefits and those additional amenities are there for the surrounding area. We've seen the RTZ projects come in, plop in, and have zero consideration for the surrounding area. So this
with
is
no RTZ.
Right.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, gentlemen, may I have a motion for PZ 6 and 7?
So moved.
All in favor?
Chair. Aye. Chair.
7 as amended.
7 as amended for PZ6 backup documents to be submitted in the record pursuant to a memo dated July 24, 2025 that were distributed at 2:19 p.m. The backup documents do not amend the ordinance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Last item is PZ 12, gentlemen. Someone pulled that. I'm not sure who.
It's an appeal, so it requires contestants.
Okay.
PZ 12, Tucker, you're on cue.
PZ 12. Good afternoon. How are you today?
Oh, good afternoon. My name is
6 o'clock. I'll say evening.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Tucker Gibbs. I'm an attorney with offices at 3835 Utopia Court in Coconut Grove. I am here representing Alexandra Lumpkin, who owns property at 4066 Point Siena Avenue, which is across the street from the property at issue. Before I get going, I have a question I have a request for the chair, if I might. I'd like to, reserve 3 minutes for rebuttal. And I also, as part of my presentation, have three of my clients here who, if I get your permission, would speak on their issues individually. And it may be and I said we could do it for no more than 3 minutes each, if that's possible.
2 minutes.
2 minutes is fine.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask also for 5 minutes.
You may have that.
Okay.
Attorney.
Thank you very much. By way of background, I want to talk to you all about the background. I don't know how familiar you are with this, but the applicant who owns the property at 4055 Point Siena Avenue sought a warrant from the planning department to allow it to transform a 21,000 square foot building site in a single-family residential neighborhood into 3 700 square foot building sites at 4055 Point Siena. In a thorough 10-page review and analysis, the planning department denied that warrant. The applicant then filed an appeal in the planning department at Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board, which after 2 hearings voted to grant the applicant's appeal and then approved the warrant. My client, who opposes the PZAB-approved warrant, filed this appeal because she and her neighbors support the planning staff's rejection of the transformation of the 21,000 square foot building site into 3 smaller sites. Your review of this is governed by NCD 3, which is a neighborhood overlay district in Coconut Grove established by the city. Section 3.6 of the NCD 3 regulations explains that the district was created to protect low-density residential and dominant tree canopy and to prevent additional density. That's very important. Furthermore, and importantly, the NCD Section 3.6 also says all T3 single-family residential zoning regulations shall apply to the NCD single-family district, except as modified. And it says the modification is if such requirements conflict, NCD 3 requirements shall apply, which means the NCD applies over Miami 21 regulations when dealing with a warrant. And that's really critical in this. The below modifications include, the below modifications that they talked about are in section 3.6.g and further beyond that. And it says that no building site in existence before September 2005, like this property, is subject to the shall be diminished except by warrant, subject to the criteria in Article 4, Table 12. That's the design review criteria that's it's in Miami 21, but it's the only criteria that is used for this warrant, is just that design review criteria. So if you look at the design review criteria, any argument that this warrant, which was approved by the Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board, reinforces and enhances the neighborhood pattern and scale would fail, because that's a requirement in the design review criteria. And it would fail where the planning staff analysis of properties within a quarter mile of this property, 4055 Poinciana, found, quote, the proposed lots are smaller than the average size of the properties in the surrounding block. That size is 11,712 square feet. That is the size of the area in the surrounding block. The proposal, therefore, according to the city staff, does not reinforce spatial characteristics or development pattern of the neighborhood, and therefore is in violation of those design review standards. An argument that replacing the 21,000 square foot building site with 7,000 building sites ensures the project is contextually sensitive, which is another requirement of the design review standards. That's refuted by the staff report and warrant findings by the staff that the existing lot, the 21,000 square foot lot, has been historically used for only one building site since 1947, and where the NCD section 3.2 states that the character of Coconut Grove is derived from the unique property sizes and shapes of lots. Further, the existing distinctive lot size of 21,000 square feet contributes to the neighborhood character, making the warrant inconsistent with the design review standards that is the requirement. Finally, any argument that the proposed transformation of the building site with 3 building sites, smaller building sites, would minimize the impact of parking and loading in the adjacent streets and properties. But this fails also where the proposed diminishment would allow 3 driveways from 3 houses, which doesn't minimize the impact on the street and adjacent properties. In fact, testimony earlier today in the public hearing process showed otherwise. talking about safety and traffic safety issues in particular. Your professional planning staff and his 10-page denial of a warrant to diminish the building site and the staff's testimony in the record via PowerPoint is fact-based, competent, substantial evidence as required by Florida case law. The staff does not represent the property owner or the neighbors. It reviews the application and presents to you a professional, unbiased decision. This is their report. Their report is what is the cornerstone of our position. Their report said this warrant should be denied. And my client urges you to base your decision on the competent, substantial evidence presented in the warrant report of March 25th, 2025, grant the appeal, and reject the diminution of this over 70-year single-family building site.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Yes.
Do you
My
want,
client would like to speak first, and
before we hear?
well, if she wants to,
Pardon?
she'd like to speak. Yeah, you can speak now. Yeah, she should speak now. This is part of the 3 people who were speaking with 2 minutes each.
Okay, Todd, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Alexandra Lumpkin, and I live at 4066 Poinciana Avenue. I've lived there for 15 years, and I'm appealing the Planning and Zoning Board's approval of the diminution of the 21,000 square foot lot into 3 7,000 square foot lots at 4055 Poinciana, which is across the street from where I live. I received mailed notice regarding today's hearing of my appeal. The PZAB approval of the 4055 owner's request fails to meet the applicable NCD3 regulations as set forth in the Planning Department's denial in the property owner's warrant application. So a single-family home at 4055 Poinciana was built over 3 lots in 1947. This is pretty common in the way the South Grove was developed. The code states that if there was an existing single-family home in place prior to 2005, like in this case, then only one building can exist on the site, even if it's on 1 or more platted lots, except by warrant. To have a warrant approved, it must be consistent with NCD3, which says the single-family district is intended to protect the low-density residential and dominant tree canopy characteristics of Coconut Grove and prevent intrusion of additional density uses and height. The developer requested a warrant that's not consistent with these rules, and the staff at the City of Miami Planning Department at the city knew this and denied it twice. The staff in their analysis for the warrant of lot diminishment listed a number of adverse effects if the warrant were approved. They determined that it will increase the neighborhood's density, fail to enhance or preserve the existing neighborhood, increase vehicular activity on Poinciana Avenue, and result in increased conflict with neighborhood pedestrians, meaning it's very dangerous. If you've ever been down Poinciana, it's already backed up with traffic. It's hard to walk down the street. There's no room for additional parking. The only person that would benefit from this lot split, is the developer who has a short-term financial interest, solely a short-term financial interest in this. I respectfully request that you uphold the law, do not allow any lot splitting, and do what's in the best interest of the Coconut Grove community, the neighbors who have been there for years and years, and preserve the historic nature of Coconut Grove. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am Miriam Morejon, 4060 Poinciana. I live right in front of the property of 4055. And I'm going to try to just keep this pretty simple. Just respect the community's desire to keep this property as a single-family home. The density in the area will be clearly impacted. There'll be 3 driveways versus 1. My driveway faces right in front of their driveway. Also, there are 6...
If I may, as I understand, this is not 3 lots. It's going to be split into 2 lots?
No, 3.
No, that's not what staff told me.
They decided on 3.
It is 3.
So the application was for 3. We denied the application for 3. We're in favor of 2 lots.
Okay, because that was my agenda
Right.
briefing. 2 lots, not 3.
Right. We would be supportive of 2 because
I
it would
see.
be more.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Okay, so it would be, my understanding is that they approved 3 properties. And they're going to be as tall as the code allows, I'm sure. So these people are going to be staring right into my kitchen. I have 1 floor home right across the street. The other issue is there's 6 trees in the soil, so I don't know how you're going to put 3 driveways there. You're going to have to eliminate the trees. The other issue is I look at this and as my home, and I take this to heart. I want to feel safe and secure in my home. This does not give me that. Because for one thing, the density on this street will be highly impacted. Right now, if you're not familiar with Poinciana Avenue, I'm going to tell you, it's from 37th Avenue to Lejeune Road, 37th in the east to Lejeune Road on the west. People use it as a way to avoid US 1. And then you cross Lejeune, you go into what Gables calls Miller Drive, all the way to Riviera, and it's just to avoid Dixie Highway. So at rush hour, if you get out of my house, there's nothing but cars right there. I can't get out of my house. Okay? So this is already impacting the way we live. Now you're going to add 3 more homes with, as Commissioner Carroyo said, it's not going to be 2 cars in a 3-story home, 70,000 square feet home. They're going to have more than 2 cars. So what happens now? Then the parking, when people come to visit, where are they going to park? There's no parking. There's no sidewalks where I live. So I ask you to put yourself in my shoes and think of how you would feel if this is what's happening in front of your home and what kind of an impact that you're going to have in my lifestyle. Now, my husband's also a retired firefighter, and he's always telling me, what happens if there's an emergency on this street? Because right now, when the lawn garden people park, you can't even get through. Right now, when we were coming over here, we couldn't get through because there was lawn garden people parked there. So again, please consider what the community wants. You stated earlier that you wanted to listen to the community, your community. Well, please listen to what our community wants. Right now, there's over 400 petitions online saying they're against this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Wilfredo Corbello, and I spoke earlier today. I am Miriam's husband. I am a retired firefighter, and yes, I believe that it's terribly dangerous to have to back out into that traffic, but that's not really why I wanted to address you. I want to plead with you not to victimize us, the people who are longtime residents of that community, who enjoy the privacy and the character that that area of Miami has that is unparalleled. There is nothing else like it. The natural surrounding, the winding streets, the heavy vegetation and the canopy. I mean, one of my jokes was, when I drive home from golf, the last 1.5 miles of my drive is in the shade. That's not just a joke. That's an absolute blessing. Please don't deny us that by creating more density in our neighborhood, which is not necessary. And like was already stated, the only reason for the developer to push for that is for a monetary gain. They don't live there. They don't care about that community. You guys do. I have been listening to you guys all day today, and you guys, in earnest, are doing the very best that you can to protect our community, to prevent people from profiteering off of us, to prevent people from cheating us. I spent 30 years of my life protecting my community. Okay? Please don't let us down on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Mark Crafton. I'm representing the appellee with Shubin Law Group, located in downtown Miami. I'm joined today by my client, Marvin Collegial. I'm also joined by Francisco Garcia, former longtime planning director for the city of Miami, and currently a principal of the Euclid Group. As many of you know, he has a long history with the city of Miami. He was a co-author of Miami 21. And just for the record, I'm going to introduce a copy of his CV as an expert tonight, and I'll also have a copy of this presentation that I'll introduce. So let's see if this comes up. connected. Connected here. So I'm being advised that there is an alternative. Madam Chair, we are ready to, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to provide just a few minutes of background, and then I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Francisco Garcia, to walk you through the relevant criteria. I really do apologize about that delay, but we will get right to it. Okay. So this property was purchased in 2023. This is what it looked like at the time of the acquisition. It really was, there's nothing remarkable. Nobody was in despair about the loss of this home or anything about this property. It's not a Coconut Grove gem by any means. What was special about the property was that it was 3 platted lots. Since 1925, the original plat has always had this property as 3 platted lots. There's been references to this being a lot split. This is not a lot split. We'll get into what this is. It's a warrant, but this is 3 separate lots. There are 3 folios. Miami-Dade County issues 3 tax bills. And so the fact that the properties were combined at some point and made one home does not change the fact that it is and always has been 3 lots. Okay, so following the acquisition, my client applied for and obtained a demolition permit approved by the city. The current condition is shown in this photograph. It's, you know, there are some trees, there is, including a mature oak tree in the rear of the property, but it's certainly not Fairchild Tropical Gardens. It needs quite a bit of additional landscaping, and that's what we intend to provide. If you were thinking about this property as some kind of beautifully landscaped existing condition, it is certainly not. So I mentioned this is not a lot split. What this is there's a relatively obscure provision that relates just to NCD 3 that talks about building sites. When you have one building site and you want to make it more than one building site, there's not a prohibition on that. You don't have to get a variance. You don't have to get a special exception or anything like that. There's a warrant process, which by default should be approved unless safeguards and conditions cannot address any reasonable concerns. And so that was applied for, and planning staff denied that application, as you heard. So as part of the warrant process, you end up at Planning and Zoning Board. And as you all know, the Planning and Zoning Board is comprised of professionals with design, development, planning experience, as well as community leaders. And so at that first hearing before PZAB, there was significant discussion, and ultimately it was deferred to allow the applicant the opportunity to return with staff and evaluate whether there were additional safeguards and conditions that could be agreed upon that would make the application a better fit for the community. So, and PZAB also asked staff to provide additional data about lot sizes in NCD 3. And so we came back to PZAB a second time with that additional data that staff looked at and additional conditions and safeguards that were responsive to what we heard during the first meeting. And those conditions, which we'll talk about now, were 2 proffers that we made in front of PZAB. The first one was in response to comments about we're losing our trees, we need more trees, we need more canopy. We said, okay, how can we fit within the regulatory framework that exists? The code doesn't regulate canopies. What it does is it says each lot has a minimum requirement when you're building it on a new lot. It has a minimum requirement of 3 trees that have to be added. So we think that is wholly insufficient for Coconut Grove, and we have every desire to make this a lushly landscaped development. And so we said, no, we can do significantly more than that. We'll commit to 18 trees for this property. So by right, if this is developed as one 21,000 square foot lot, The result is a requirement of 3 trees. 3 trees. That's all that your code requires for this. So we said, okay, we can do 18. The next proffer, again in response to comments that were received from the neighbors, is they're just going to put concrete everywhere, and it's, you know, the Coconut Grove is losing all of its green space. So we said, okay, we'll address that as well. Your code has a minimum requirement of 25%. We looked at what we were capable to do, and we came up with a proffer of 40%. In addition to those 2 proffers, there were additional data that were provided at that second PZAB meeting. And we've talked a little bit, you've heard about average lot sizes. And we can get into the data, but the averages can be deceiving. And so it's important to look at not just averages, but medians and also a mode, which is what is the most frequently occurring lot size in NCD3, single family T3R. It's 7,000 square feet exactly. So when you're talking about fitting into the fabric of the neighborhood, the mode is actually more important than the average, which loops in outliers and really large properties. So that's not necessarily the best data point. And again, the median is at a little over 8,000. So we're right within range when you look at those data points. Hearing, and this is just a backup of some of the analysis that we provided to PZAB. So and ultimately taking that into consideration, PZAB, after a really long hearing where they heard from a lot of neighbors that were concerned about this, PZAB granted our appeal and approved the warrant. As a final aside, before I hand it over to Francisco to walk you through the criteria, I'm a native Grovite. I am a sixth generation Miamian. I love Coconut Grove. This is the street that I grew up on, Chucunanta Road. I grew up on a sub 7,000 square foot lot. There are, on this street, there are large lots and small lots. What ended up happening, and what's happening right now in this neighborhood, is that a lot of the larger lots are being redeveloped with significantly larger, massive homes in ways that often overwhelm the 1926 Dade County Pine cottage that I grew up in, for example. And so the neighborhood context is really being supported more by the smaller lots than the larger lots. And the larger lots are the ones that are being disruptive to what I love about Coconut Grove, which is it's people scaled, it's quaint, it is not grandiose in this. So 1 block away from this house, right now, this property is under development. This is on a 16,000 square foot lot.
Sir, you've exceeded your 5 minutes, and you have someone else that's going to speak.
Am I limited to 5 minutes?
Yeah, he was limited to 5 minutes. He went over 1 minute. I've given you a couple of more over that.
Okay.
Are you close to wrapping up?
I'm actually done.
Okay.
I'm handing it over. I'm handing it over to Francisco.
Okay.
And he's going to walk through some of the criteria.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Francisco Garcia for the record, principal at the Euclid Group with offices at 100 Southeast 2nd Street in Miami. It's been 5 years. Happy to be back this hallowed place where there are so many friendly people. So I will be brief. I know the night is long and you've been here a long time, and I think I can address these issues rather swiftly. First, let me say, for those of you who don't know me, I am not an attorney. I work with them and respect them highly, but I am not an attorney. What I am is a planner. And the matter before you today is squarely and properly a planning matter. I say this because attorneys, for good and bad both, I suppose, tend to see things in black and white. Well, this is not a black or white matter. This is not a clear-cut issue. This ultimately is subject to some subjective interpretation, as planning matters usually are. And ultimately, the intent is to find a good fit, right? To make whatever the proposal is, whatever results as an approval, be contextually appropriate and a good fit for the neighborhood. And we are here before you today to tell you that we think this proposal is actually a good fit, a much better fit than the single lot being developed as a single family residence, and I'll show you why. First, because one has to be mindful of the technical aspects, I'll walk through quickly the criteria that apply in this particular matter. The criteria apply because this went through a warrant process as described previously, and what the warrant process is intended to do is to establish a conversation between the applicant and the city so that to the extent that the project can be optimized to be a good fit, the right conditions can be found to adjust it so that it is a good fit. And so, here are the criteria. Criterion 1, the application shall be reviewed for compliance with the code. I don't think this is contested, even by the appellants. This proposal complies with the code, full stop. The lots are larger than the 5,000 square foot minimum required, and they are exactly 50 feet in width, which again renders them compliant with the code. Criterion 2, the review shall consider the intent of the transect. Well, the intent of the transect is that the project itself be mindful of the character and legacy of Coconut Grove, and I'm here to suggest to you that the character of Coconut Grove is not monumental. It is actually quite the opposite. It's quaint, humanly scaled, and if anything, verdant and lush, which is exactly what our proposal intends to accomplish, and I'll show you how. Criterion 3, the review shall consider the guiding principles of Miami 21. So, among the principles of Miami 21, there are many. Miami 21 encourages infill, especially in centrally located areas such as Coconut Grove. This project accomplishes that. And it further states that within neighborhoods, a range of housing types and price levels should accommodate diverse ages and incomes. I'm not here to tell you that the resulting development here will be affordable necessarily, but certainly 3 single-family residences as opposed to 1 will render them slightly more accessible, let's say. Criterion 4, the review shall consider the manner in which the proposed use will operate given its specific location and proximity to less intense uses. Well, forcing a single-family residence to be developed on this lot creates a disproportion in terms of scale that we feel would have a significant impact, and I think my colleague showed you an example of it, and I'll show you others, that will certainly sort of impose upon the smaller scale residences across the way. Criterion 5, reinforce and enhance the neighborhood pattern and scale of lots, blocks, and open spaces. I'll show you exactly how this proposal does that. Here is a map of the general area, and this is the very image and the very analysis that the planning department conducted as appropriate. And what you see here is, again, the layout of the lots and the pattern of the lots in the vicinity of the subject property, which is in the dark blue, kind of in the middle of that circle. Here are the properties in question. Again, 1 unified lot in terms of how it's been developed, but 3 platted lots as has been described. Well, here are the lots nearby that are greater than 18,000 square feet. The subject property is 21,000 square feet as unified. These are the lots nearby that are over 18,000, so a little bit smaller, some of them, and some a little bit larger. As the 18, a former protective layer that I don't have time to go into, but I'll happily answer in terms of any questions you may have. As the 18, a proper protective layer under the previous zoning ordinance established a minimum requirement for lot size. That has since gone away, but it shows you where it is intended to protect, and it shows you also that the lot in question is outside of that as the 18 protective zone. So here are the 3 lots that are before you today for the return to the original platting pattern. Here are other lots in the immediate vicinity, including those across the street that are equal or lesser in size. And here are all the lots within the circle that are of lesser or equal size to the lot in question. I'll close quickly. I know the time is up. Here are the choices. This is the lot in question, and I ask you to please take a quick look at this image. This is the lot in question. And this is what a single-family residence that would be allowed by right would look like here. And I don't pull this off my hat. I am referencing a property developed about 5 blocks from here in 2022. This is what would likely happen or something like it. Now, I ask you to look at this image and consider for yourselves whether this is really the appropriate scale in the neighborhood. And I ask you to instead consider what it would look like if development that is closely positioned to the subject property of a scale that fits in the area would be moved onto the property in question. This, I would submit to you, is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. This is what we are proposing, and this is what the result would be should you today basically uphold the decision of the Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board. The property I showed you, the single-family residence in the South Grove, surrounded by largely bigger residences. This is what it looks like. Again, approved in 2022. And I'll leave you with some images of some of the properties in the very vicinity of the subject property that have been developed as we are proposing it be developed, and there is nothing objectionable to these properties, very much in keeping with the character. If you take that into consideration, along with what I think are generous proffers that have been made with the applicant to provide 6 more times the trees required and 60% more of the open space required on a per lot basis, I think that is worthy of at least your consideration. And I think and I hope that that to some extent puts to rest some of the concerns the neighbors have. The last thing I'll tell you is this: parking and impact. 1 single-family residence will have the required 2 parking spaces by code. 3 single-family residences will have 6 parking spaces minimum. I ask you to consider what is the size of the parties or the entertainment that the single-family residence, the 1 single-family residence is likely to have. That's likely going to be disproportionately more and larger, and there will be less space to fit those cars. Thank you, and I'll happily answer any questions.
Thank you. Your rebuttal?
Yeah, I want to know if I have a little extra time for my rebuttal, because this, I would just like to have a little extra time.
You had yours plus 3.
That's right, and it was.
So they only had 2.
And how much time was that?
Not a lot. They stuck to 5 and 5, 10. You had.
That was 10 minutes. I didn't have 10 minutes.
You had over 5 plus 6, at least 11. I'm not trying to nickel and dime you with time, but don't tell me that you had less time than them, because I'm being fair to everybody, and I wouldn't stop you.
I'm not
as
saying
I
you're
didn't
unfair. I'm
before.
not. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not saying
so,
that.
Okay.
I wanted to say a couple of things. The key issue here is the design review criteria. The code in NCD 3 specifically says that no building in sites in existence prior to September 24th, 2005 shall be diminished in size except by a warrant. And then it says subject to the criteria specified in Article 4, Table 12. Not one mention by the applicant tonight was about the design review criteria and how they met it. They did not meet it. The staff report that was done for the original staff report that rejected the three lots back in March specifically talked about the design review criteria and how it wasn't met. And that's the problem. And I would like to say that I'm having my rebuttal. This is not Sir rebuttal. So if they want to talk, then I want to talk again. So I just think that that's inappropriate for their attorney to get up.
Thank you for telling me what my rules
are.
are.
No, I'm just telling you what I'm saying. I'm just telling you my thoughts.
Telling me what my rules are. I didn't acknowledge him. I didn't say that he would get another chance to speak, but thank you for telling me
I apologize.
What my rules will be.
I apologize because I didn't mean to do that.
You should finish your presentation
okay,
and not worry about them.
Okay. Again, a warrant is not a conversation. That's how it was described. It's just a conversation. NCD 3 doesn't say it's just a conversation. It says you have to meet those particular standards that they never mentioned. In addition, the 3 Avocados lawsuit that the city won was on the same exact issue as this. It was a warrant application for a 21,000 square foot lot in Coconut Grove. And that they wanted to get 3 houses on that lot, on that building site. That's how it's described, not described as lots, but as a building site. They wanted 3. And then they said when they realized the commission, this is in 2017, they realized, oh, we have a problem here. We'll go with 2. And the city commission said no to the 2 for the same reason that we're asking you all to say no to it, because they didn't meet the requirements. And that's the problem here. They're trying to tell you, they're trying to use stuff about platting and about lots and about what their tax code, material says. That's not the issue. The issue is a building site. A building site is defined as a property. Well, anyway, I'll leave it at that. It's defined as the building site of a property that's been in existence since 2005. So it's 21,000 square feet that includes 3 platted lots. Guess what? It's for only one. It only allows one house on that 21,000 lots, 21,000 square foot lot. So that's where I'm coming from, and that's where my clients are coming from. We'd like you to follow precedent in the 3 Avocados case. It's very clear, and I'll be happy to show you all a copy of it if it matters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pardo?
No, I mean, I don't know if you all want to continue discussing. I have an opinion on it, so.
Okay.
I'd like to, okay, so let's get this straight. Is it's three lots, 3 folio numbers, 3 plats. Can they build on each lot or can they not? Which one? Because I'm confused here.
So currently the site is considered a building site, one building site. But that building site has 3 platted lots on it, right? So when it was originally constructed back in 1945, it was considered one building site. So in order for them to construct on those individual lots, they're having to go through this warrant process to do that.
Okay, and so in other words, if they wanted to construct one dwelling in each lot, they had to go through that process. And where did they not meet that process? Where did they fail to meet that process?
Right. So in our analysis, it came down to the character of the block size along that street. Okay, we looked at that specifically. We looked at those dimensions and the square footage. Okay, the average size is a larger size. It's roughly 11,000 square feet in size. Those individual 7,000 square foot lots would not meet that. So it would be out of that character.
And just as somebody that knows that street very well, it's enormously trafficked, and it's just, I think it's not appropriate for that neighborhood or that street.
We get people here sometimes that don't want the big house, the other way around, right? They don't want the. So my question is, so where are we? Are we at 2? What are we doing here?
I mean, I'm not in favor of the lot splitting, so I would vote to grant the appeal. But I just don't think 3 lots should be there, and I don't think they should be split. And if you go by that area a lot, or if you go on Poinciana and you look at, and I believe Commissioner Correa, you live nearby that area. Well, no, you're not. Okay. Well, you're in the Grove. So, in District 2. But anyway, long story short, I just don't think it's appropriate. I know that the community has spoken out on this. They don't think it's appropriate. I think that specific neighborhood has felt a deterioration in the character of their neighborhood. I agree with that. And actually, we're looking to strengthen the NCDs in that area. So personally, I think a lot of the neighbors, a lot of the residents have reached out, and I agree with them as well, to grant this appeal and not split the lots.
Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I was going to ask for the summary of the staff recommendation again, which sounds like a sort of split the baby option, which is 2?
Sorry, was that a question to staff? Can you repeat that?
Could you restate your recommendation, the staff recommendation on this?
Right. So the recommendation was the denial, but we would be more in favor of 2 lots on that property, okay? Because it would be closer to that average lot size along the block. So that those 2 lots would be roughly 10,000 and change. Challenge is that that would also require another step of replatting that. So now they would have to go through a replatting process to take those 3 parcels into 2 parcels. So just keep that in mind.
So do I have a motion?
Motion to grant the appeal.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
As amended.
As amended. Gentlemen, that concludes our PC items. At this time, I will recess the City of Miami Commission meeting. George, do you have to read
I
a
have to
statement?
read the script
First,
for
we
the
have to read a
commencement.
statement.
On July 10, 2025, under the provisions of Section 286.011, parentheses 8, Florida statutes, I requested that this City Commission meet in private to discuss pending litigation in the matter of Jorge M. Perez Art Museum of Miami-Dade County, Inc., DBA Perez Art Museum versus City of Miami, case number 2024-0122120-CA01, pending in the 11th Judicial Circuit in and for Miami-Dade County, to which the city is presently a party and has filed a counterclaim against George M. Perez Art Museum of Miami-Dade County, Inc., DBA Perez Art Museum. The City Commission approved my request and will now, at approximately 6:35, commence a private attorney-client session under the parameters of Section 286.011, parentheses 8, Florida statutes. The subject of the meeting will be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy sessions related to litigation expenditures. This private meeting will conclude approximately 1 hour later. The session will be attended by the members of the City Commission, which include Chairwoman Christine King, Vice Chairman Joe Carollo, Commissioners Miguel Angel Gabella, Damian Pardo, and Ralph Rafael Rosado, the City Manager Arthur Noriega V, City Attorney George K. Wysong, Deputy City Attorney Kevin Jones, Deputy City Attorney Xavier E. Alban, Assistant City Attorneys Supervisor Eric Eves, Assistant City Attorneys Margaret Snyder, and Nicholas Bosco. A certified court reporter will be present to ensure that the session is fully transcribed and the transcript will be made public upon the conclusion of the above-cited ongoing litigation. At the conclusion of the attorney-client session, the regular commission meeting will be reopened, and the person chairing the commission meeting will announce the termination of the attorney-client session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And at this time, the City of Miami Commission meeting for July 2024. Jesus, I don't know what day or time it is. July 24, 2025 is in recess until the end of the attorney-client session. We will resume after that.